Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Well, 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 if it isn't my arch nemesis, chat. How fare ye? Hello, everyone, welcome on in. Hey, Accoid and Vaporwave, and also Riolu and Thea and Strap, everyone else who's lurking and who got shot without me seeing. How's it going? You return? Reset your timer to 1 minute? Oh no. If you ever want to execute yourself, eliminate yourself, simply become soup. That is what we do around here. You become soup to eliminate yourself. You purge the weak to eliminate someone else. Also, I have no idea. Wait, I need to check something. I'm sorry. Let me double check something because I set it so that ads will start 1 minute into starting stream. And I think that no, this says 1 minute. I feel like it waited 5 minutes. I don't know why. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Hello. In Minecraft? No. We purge the week in real life. We purge the week legitimately. We don't do that Minecraft speedrunning strat where you can purge the entire week all week. We do in real life maybe I shouldn't say that. I just realized what I was about to say. Maybe I shouldn't say that, particularly in the current climate of what like actual bad things are happening on in the world. Oh my gosh. I had the thought like an hour ago that what's it called? Back when I played Minecraft. Again, this was like 15 years ago is when I last played Minecraft. Maybe like 12 or 13. I tried recording it 10, 15 years ago. I tried recording me playing Minecraft, and I distinctly remember I used a free recording software that could not record, or otherwise it was not defaulted to recording both audio and visual at the same time. So what I did is I recorded the visual thinking I was recording both, and then it turns out it was muted. So then what I did is I dubbed over it. Because this was like 10, 15 years ago. I'm just like, oh yeah, I would love to be a content creator. In the before times, that is true. Baby internet. No. 2010 was not baby interneting. Me in 2010 was not baby interneting. Baby interneting is like the 90s, right? And then I would say Wild West of interneting is like the 2000s. Early 2010s is a really weird inflection point because for the longest time, I remember there being a distinct shift between the 2000s into like the 2010s era, and 2000s kind of bled into the 2010s. 2010 to like 2012 is basically like 2009, right? It's all effectively the same, except the financial crisis was farther and farther away. That's really the main difference. So it's always weird to me when I see people say like, oh yeah, like 2015 was so similar to like 2005. And I'm like, no. However, 2012 certainly was very similar to 2009. I lived through those. Kane. Would you rather be in Kane or Witcher? So would I rather like be a Kane exorcist or would I be a Witcher? I, fun fact, have never played, read, or watched anything Witcher. I have all 3 Witcher games. I want to play all 3 Witcher games. I haven't. I just haven't had the time. You were both 2008 and are now 2000 and late. No! That's awful. Also, hello, Tier. I see you peeping. Traitor? How dare you? No one is a traitor here. Me when I'm forced to report all messages in chat as abuse to overwhelm Twitch and possibly ban people for real because I'm bored. Riolu, if you want to ban people, just shoot people. However, what I have made very clear, I do have a 1 channel point redeem to purge the week. I have made it clear that I don't want people spamming this unless we are raided, in which case that is perfectly acceptable because the joke is that when people raid us, we shoot them. Or if it is an entire chat in a lull. So like if it's a BRB screen, if I leave, feel free to like just spam purge the week. If I'm telling you, hey, start purging the week, you can purge the week, but just try not to like interrupt chat. Try not to interrupt the flow of conversation by doing that. I've had some people who were like disruptive in like, for instance, one person was disruptive in the ending of Disco Elysium, which annoyed a lot of chatters and also kind of bothered me, but I didn't really put my foot down. So now I'm trying to be more like, hey, let's be smart about it. I know enough about Kane to know that I am indeed awful. Yes, everyone is awful. That's what awful is. It is organs, it is guts, it is the things inside of your skin suit. If you're a Civvy in Kane, I feel like I have a lower chance of dying than in Witcher. So it depends on what the situation is. Because if you're a Civvy and like a Cat 1 idol is on the loose, you might get brought into its cult, but that's probably the worst that's gonna happen. Probably. Maybe you become like an apostle, maybe you become like a puppet that the cult maneuvers around marionette style. But fundamentally, the exorcists are probably not going to kill you. They're probably not going to hurt you more than anything that won't heal over the course of a couple months. And then the idol's effects on you aren't going to be permanent. If you're a civvy and a like cat 2 or larger hound is on the loose, or any centipede is on the loose, or even something like a toad is on the loose, you're kind of screwed. Not gonna lie. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know too much about Witcher, but when it comes down to it, I would say from a civilian perspective, the idol is the least threatening, probably followed by the Lord, and then or actually probably Lord and then idol, and then Toad. And then it would be probably Ogre, then Hound, then Centipede. There are now 20 plus Kane players in my game. Yeah, how? Is it like a West Marches style game? I really want to run a West, but aren't Cat 2 plus rare enough for people to not know about them? So most average people don't know about Sins at all. Sins at all, just it's like secret society, it's a magical hidden otherworld. It's Kane does like Men in Black memory purges, they do propaganda, they do all this cleanup detail. The average person doesn't know about Sins. However, Sins have becoming more and more common and more dangerous over the past centuries, explicitly because of modern urbanization, and how if a sin manifests in back-end nowhere, Alabama, where it's a 100-person population town, and there's no other town for 1 mile in every direction, even if a centipede forms there, everyone will die, and then Kane will kill the centipede, and then it's, oh no, a natural disaster destroyed this. All right, remember what I was saying about earlier? Get out those guns. Goons, I want this done. Also, did I not get the raid notification? That's so sad. But let me shout out Dr. Dayton, because that is a name I recognize from other people's chats. Let me shout out Dr. Dayton. So please let me know what exactly is going on with you. Oh, I see Kaza's a part of the rage. Cheddar, that was a mistake. You should not have put a target on yourself. You should not have messaged in chat. That is absolutely silly of you. But yeah, so now that we've completely executed both half of our own chatters as well as the raiders, hold fire. What were you up to, Dr. Dayton? Currently, we're talking about Kane. We're talking about a TTRPG and how dangerous it would be to be a civilian in it. Though ignore the fact that I say that we're doing a visual novel right now. Actually, let me do this. I can be smart. Or I can use the actual chat that tells me stuff like Automod instead of the OBS chat, which doesn't. It's okay. Welcome on in, everyone. I am Arrow Writes. I'm a TTRPG YouTuber, primarily talking about D&D, Lancer, other more niche TTRPGs like Kane. And right now we're talking, just yapping as we start up stream. Generally speaking, we're just chatting TTRPGs right now. But the goal is that in half an hour or maybe an hour, we're going to be coding a visual novel that is a D&D style dating sim. Because I actually have brain power today, unlike my other streams. You were doing a Blender donut, then got distracted by making a Doc draw himself as a femboy? Oh my gosh. Is this femboyification? Is femboyification the same as like bimbofication? Arrow's cool because Arrow's tall, but not as tall as me. Okay. Let's get one thing clear. I am taller than most people in the US. On the international level, I am considered really tall, especially in metric, because I think it's like 180 centimeters is considered really tall. Whereas in America, it's 6 foot, and 6 foot is like 184 centimeters. I am tall. And the reason that I'm responding so aggressively to that is because I have people who are like 6'6" who tell me I'm short because they are freaks. Yes, I'm talking about Rory. No, I'm not vague posting. Yes, I am posting about this on twitter.com. Femboyification is the end result of soy foods. How tall is Arrow? I am 5'11". I am 182 centimeters. What a sentence. You are short. Wait, so you're 6'5", you're 6'4". Yeah, so wait, what's the 666 test? Do I want to know? Do I want to know? You're 186 centimeters tall. What is that in burgers? 186 centimeters tall is like 6'1", 6'2". So apparently my audience is all way taller than me. Maybe I'm not tall. I take it back. 6 feet, 6 figures? So I assume it's 6 feet tall. And also like 6, you know. But what's that middle 6, right? I can't figure that one out. 6 feet tall, 6 feet length, 6 inches elsewhere. Oh, 6-figure income. Oh. Yeah, I don't meet that either. Dang, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I was about to say something, but I don't think I should say that. 5'6"? You're 5'8"? No. I'm at like global male average. So my understanding is that the US average of height for both men and women is like 2 inches taller, 1.5 inches taller than the global average. And the global average is like 5'2" for women and like 5'4" for men. Or is it 5'4" for women, 5'6" for men, and then it's like 2 inches taller for the US? You're taller than most people in your country, you suppose? Stan, I go for drinks regularly. You had a burger for lunch? It's been so long since I've had a burger. I'm not gonna lie. It's been so long since I've had a burger. And my buddy, who calls me regularly and will just like eat on call because he's an absolute demon like that, he's been making burgers consistently because he's been in like a burger mood. So I'm constantly confronted with like, I want burgers. We almost got arrow cannon.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
No, you wouldn't have gotten that. You would have gotten a benchmark of above or smaller than 6. That's dangerous territory, particularly because I mentioned like last stream that I'm kind of like easing up on like shipping requirements. Because at this point, I'm just like, hey, as long as you're not weird about it, as long as you don't try to alter the relationship I have with my audience, by all means, like go off. I'm not going to stop you from shipping me. So I feel like if I then add this information too, it's going to go out of hand really quickly. Hey, a frog and tiger. Yeah, we're talking burgers. We're also always round down. No. Shipping is expensive. Yeah, you need air holes. You need to like pay for turbulence insurance. Eric's burger fandom is wild. Oh no, chat, we came very close to... No, you... Okay, no. You didn't come close to that. You came close to a benchmark of above or below average. Also, thank you for the raid again, Dayton. I appreciate it. And obviously, anyone who's here, if you need to run, by all means, head out. But if you want to stick around, talk about TTRPGs and not 666, you're good. Arrow, I'm shipping you with a healthy relationship with good boundaries. I wish. That's what we need. That's what you need for yourself. Even if you're like, yeah, I'm a freak like that, I don't want that. You deserve that. You deserve a healthy relationship with good boundaries and good communication. Average, isn't that like 5.2 inches these days? I always thought it was like 5.5. I always thought average was like 5 to 5.5. Or maybe that's like the US average. I don't know. I haven't looked this up. At least not in years. Quick question about the BRB screen. What's up? True, shipping is expensive with the new tariffs. Ugh, tariffs. If I ship you, do you prefer UPS, USPS, or FedEx? Well, given that USPS has had like all of its workforce slashed, I don't know if that's the way to go. So UPS, FedEx, really, whichever one's cheaper. I don't want to be inconvenient. I don't want to be like a bougie nonsense. I don't know enough about what Arrow likes to ship them. Good. That is the correct answer. Question, is the 15-minute BRB screen a reference to the idea that if the professor is 15 minutes late, we're allowed to leave without penalty? Yes. On my pause screen, if you see at the bottom, if Arrow doesn't arrive in 15 minutes or less, you're legally allowed to leave. That is a reference to the fact that across the US, I believe even internationally, it is a meme that if the teacher doesn't arrive in 15 minutes, you're allowed to leave class. I just thought that would be funny to add. This is not true. Do not listen to this. Wait. Wyatt. Okay. You're not the first person to call me an elf. I've been called an elf before. I've been called elf-coded before. I'm a queer elf or a gamer. I do like Kane. I like Kane from its storytelling perspective. I like the fact that it deals with trauma and that it's kind of action horror, where the goal of Kane is not like Call of Cthulhu, where if you're fighting monsters, you're doing it wrong. The goal of Kane is to fight monsters and overcome the trauma with basically the power of friendship, but grimdark. And I just think that's so cool. And honestly, like, Kane is one of those few games that I don't really want to play so much as I want to run. Like Lancer, I want to play Lancer. Vampire the Masquerade, I want to play Vampire the Masquerade. I want to run Kane. The sins are the interesting bit for me. Normally it's the classes, it's the like license levels, it is the weapon combinations that interest me. In this, it's like I want to tell a super atmospheric story. Amazon shipping, but it's USPS to the Amazon. No. I just realized that elf sounds like MILF. Listen, I've been called a lich. I've been called an elf. I've also been called a devil. I've been called a fae. From various different people. Like in terms of what vibe I am, what like impression I give off. You had an exam a bit ago where the TA was 10 minutes late to giving us our exam. Gamer, as in the L's from Elder Scrolls. Oh no. I mentioned this before. I thought it would be really funny because I have like I think that the PS3 is actually my siblings, but like I just wound up with it because it's been 15-20 years since we got it. I have Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on the PS3, and I thought it would be so funny to hook that up on the day Oblivion Remastered came out and play a old school original OG Oblivion on the day the remaster released. Wait, why a lich though? From the Paleness and Gothitude? I think so. I don't know. Multiple different people like Celerity Dust, Dangerous Safety, a couple different chatters have all said independently of one another that I give off lich vibes. Maybe it's the black and gold. I feel like black and gold is very lich coded. Also, I think it's the fact that I'm a bit of like an evil overlord where I kind of bully my chat and like survival of the fittest, I pit you against each other. Hence why Mommy Elf quickly became Melf. It becomes a source of acid arrows. Acid arrows come in a can, sometimes with lead. Oh, right. I forgot to add that. Let me add that real quick. Let me add a media source. Could be arrow, soda, lead. So the lovely, oh my gosh, the lovely Stunov, who's currently in chat, had a dream the other night where they came across. Wait, did I not? Oh right, I moved it. Wait, no? Why can I not add this? Can I not add a? That's all media files. Wait, is it not? Am I adding the wrong source? Oh wait, no, I have to add an image. That's why. Arrow soda. So the lovely Stunov, who's currently in chat, had an idea for, or had a dream where they came across a soda vending machine that had arrow soda in it. And I asked them for details because I was curious what arrow soda would look like. And they're like, nah, fam, I'll just draw it. So what they did is they drew arrow soda. And now canonically, as a stream asset, I can drink a cold glass or a cold can of arrow soda, lead flavored, but it does contain traces of ammonium. Arrow, you gotta make a soda now. Think of the monetary opportunities. So the flavors we came up with, and please let me know if these are flavors that would interest you. Let me know if these are flavors that you think like pair well together, that cover a lot of bases. These are all flavors I think would taste like pretty good. So we got cola, we got orange, blood orange. We also got blood. We have lead, like pictured here. We also have lead with pulp because sometimes you just like that crunch. Bathwater, because apparently my bathwater is sweet, as decided on chat. Just soup, that is the name of the flavor, just soup TM. We got to get the soup flavor in there. And then obviously you got to round it out with lemon lime. Like you can't have a soda brand without lemon lime, right? So yeah, which flavor is your favorite? Cola, orange, blood, lead with pulp, bathwater, just soup, or lemon lime. Wait, when did chat decide arrow bathwater sweet? Wait, was it sweet or was it spicy? Because for whatever reason, someone decided my bathwater tasted nice last stream. So I just ran with it. Some gamer girls sell bathwater and arrow sells soda. I'll take your entire stock. Hey, well, kisser flavor? Is that where like I kiss every can? I'm like, it's like, oh, you've been good. You once ran Kane where you had an idol manifest out of the throats of captured cultists, grabbing and forcibly fusing two of the players together. That's the severe attack. That's marriage. It apparently got both hooked on the game and one of them got back into horror, but I still feel guilty because one of them nearly had a meltdown. No. There is 7-Up soda and you can sell Pucker Up. Oh my gosh. In my opinion, arrow bathwater should have an aftertaste of cinnamon. Wait, why? I love the taste, the smell, the aesthetic of cinnamon. Maybe it's because my mother has like warm tones. She has very autumnal colors, and like maybe it's like I have a childhood association of like, oh, we had like cinnamon around the house, so I like smelled cinnamon. But cinnamon is like one of my favorite flavors. Gum, I would take like cinnamon gum over like mint gum. Adding it to tea is so goated. Snickerdoodles or like chocolate with cinnamon is awesome. Can we get naval supremacy? I don't know. The sun never sets on the British Empire, so Ceylon cinnamon is a completely different game. What does that mean? If you ever make cinnamon soap, do not use real cinnamon. Oh, really? Made with love and copious amounts of lead? Yes. Sweet bathwater would make me concerned someone had diabetes. But yeah, so arrow bathwater, short, it can taste like cinnamon. My Is it weird to talk about like what? Is it weird to talk about like what scents I use for my soap and shampoo? Is that something I shouldn't talk about? Because I generally use like fruit scented soap. Where like for the longest time I was using like pomegranate mango, I think, because I just like the sweetness. Basically, it feels like I'm smelling candy whenever I'm showering, and I like that. I had this green apple shampoo that just like my hair smelled like green apple. Green apple is the only apple I will eat because I love the tartness. Candy showers, oh my. Use chocolate smelling shampoo. In your dream, Aerosoda is clearly a funnily shady local brand like Better Call Saul, but soda. Yeah, and I feel like that's what we need, but instead of local to your demographic, it's local in our corner of the internet. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm at the point where I can confidently say we have a little slice of the internet to ourselves. We have like 130 people in the Discord. We have almost 400 followers on Twitch. We have like 6.5 thousand YouTube subscribers. All of that coming together is like, we are like Liechtenstein, right? We are, or Luxembourg, or like one of those like really tiny European countries. We're a really tiny independent country. Now what I need to do is I need to like join a VTubing agency that will like let me keep my IP, and then that will be like our EU equivalent. Arrow Monacos, green apple hair, that'll get bears to eat my hair. Well, yeah, I have to distract the bear while the other 99 guys fight it. Use citrus yourself, you feel so fresh. I love citrus. Cinnamon, citrus, those are such good smells. I have a candle, which I don't actually know what it is. It's just, the name is just chai. But it has, I know what they're called. They're called warming spices. I love the smell of warming spices. Cinnamon, definitely my favorite. But I think it's like cloves is another one. Very neutral scents. Like, I think like balsa wood, for instance. Like, that's why I said in my, making a mega dungeon monsters den, I had the perfume smell like balsa wood because most people, sandalwood. Yeah, sandalwood. Because something that you should do, and this is not a requirement, but this is like a thing you can do, is when making descriptions, if I ask you, hey, what is the most generic flavor of ice cream someone can like? If you ask someone what ice cream they're having, what is the most generic answer you're expecting? Like, genuinely, like, indie websites will use .arrow instead of .io. That's awesome. Not gonna lie. Vanilla, yeah. Vanilla milk. Interesting. Arrow Vatican? Wait, we were talking about Arrow Pope before. We were, my community, my Discord was like, yo, I'd elect Arrow as the Pope. And I was like, I don't think I'd be a very good Pope. And everyone's like, nah, trust me, bro, you'd be fine. So like, the lore is building. If we get Arrow Pope art in the Arrow Vatican, we can have the Arrow... Wait, I wouldn't be allowed to dive. I wouldn't be allowed to play Helldivers. Pope Francis died before he could dive. He was told, like, how do you address the Pope? Your papacy? Pontiff Maximus? Like, Pontiff Maximus, you cannot dive into hell. I'm so sorry. And he's like, bet I'll do it after meeting with JD Vance. So then he dove into hell in real life. Vanilla, despite real Vanilla being peak. Don't forget Matt Pack. I will never forget that Matt Pack gave him Undertale. And memes aside, I think that was really sweet. I think that was a really sweet gesture from the gaming community. The zeitgeist game of the 2010s was Undertale. I think that is inarguable. And it is a game about peace winning. It is a game about compassion in the face of adversity in a cruel world. I think that unironically, that was a really like sweet and meaningful contribution. That being said, gifting the Pope a video game is hilarious. What if the Undertale copy poisoned? Then the Pope would have to eat it to be assassinated. Arrow writes, don't check the Discord. I'm so worried. You're finally at 5k points. What is the boss? So the boss is something that when the community was smaller and I could manage it better, if you redeemed that, I would give you VIP and ban whoever was previously VIP from the boss. But at this point, I don't remember who is the boss. Like, that's my issue. So basically, the boss is... Honestly, don't do... Oh, is Kaza? Kaza, you're the boss. Got it. Yeah, so if you redeem the boss, originally it was... See, that's the thing. This was before the Mafia style. So before there was Aerogoon, there was the boss. Oh, boss, what's the bet? I think what the boss should be... is that allows you to start a firefight. That would be fun. Because I have gone out of my way to kind of be like, hey, let's not spam Purge the Week. Let's not interrupt chat. Let's not derail conversations. That being said, it's really funny when all of chat is on board. So what I might change it is that the boss allows everyone to purge the week without consequence for like 30 seconds. And then I would probably just put the boss on a time limit. Like I would put it like once every 15 minutes. Mongols, Kane, the Reconquista, Kane Psyop. Those places are not real. You're gaslighting me. So can I be the first to use the new boss? Not if I purge myself first. Axolotl. I'm not going to insult your intelligence, but I am going to insult your conviction. Go to the... Actually, so for those of you who don't know, who here does not know the lore behind becoming soup? And who here does know the lore? If you know the lore, say it in chat. What does becoming soup do canonically? World War II, just a whole bunch of concurrent centipedes. That's the thing. I think it's really interesting to take real world issues and describe them to fictional causes. For instance, World War II was like a Cat 6 centipede. It was the closest we ever got to like a Cat 7 centipede. That being said, that is super problematic, and I think that that is more important than the narrative interest you could have by ascribing real world things to fake things. For instance, there was in Vampire the Masquerade, there was some like real world atrocity committed that the writers ascribed to the Camarilla, which is like the in-universe like vampire government, basically like doing a ploy to try and take out political rivals, but like real people were actually like killed, and it was a legitimate atrocity committed by humans against humans. And then a lot of people got upset over that because it felt as though it was kind of like blame shifting. It was trivializing it. It was saying, oh, this wasn't the dark depths of humanity. This was just vampires playing chess, which I get. And I think that that is something you need to keep in mind. I think that is something that you need to contend with if you have a real world setting. So the thing with becoming soup is that I watched an anime called 86 with a friend of mine, Rory, another streamer. And in one of the scenes, someone's holding a bowl of soup and they drop it. And when it hits the floor, it's a hard cut to an explosion. And then the camera follows like a scene in a war zone. And then it goes back to the scene in the cafeteria. Because it's like it's a war anime. It's a military anime. So I had already started the meme of becoming soup. So then once I saw that, it is now canonical that every time you become soup, you get sent to the front lines, you fight on the war, and you're only allowed to come back after fighting for a minute on the front lines. So if you die on the front lines, i.e. you get banned from becoming soup and then you don't come back, for instance, you turn off the stream, you died in combat. You're KIA. That is the canonical reasoning behind becoming soup. If you really think about it, extended arrow lore is so funny. We all operate like a trigger-happy goons in a mafia. Our leader has a soda brand to launder money. We swear to God, I would be the best pope. We shoot raiders who come into our turf. We wonder amongst ourselves whether the boss bathwater tastes good. That's the thing. All of those things, I would say, are not that weird in the context of stream communities. Every stream community is gonna be super weird in its own way. For instance, Rory's community, they're obsessed with cannibalism. AE's community, they're all furries that want to like get bit. Like, everyone has their weird thing, and I'm so happy. I'm like genuinely elated by the fact that my weird thing with our community is that we just kill people. Like, it's not like, oh haha, like everyone's so like silly and goofy, or like we're all furries, or we're all like autistic engineers or anything. No, it's that we just kill people. That's our thing. I have people who I don't associate with regularly, who I would love to talk to more, who know me as the weirdo whose community will ban you if you enter chat. I have people who, if they're raiding into me, they warn their chat, don't talk or you're going to get shot. And I love that. That is so funny to me. Fish swim, birds fly, and buddy, we soup people. Becoming soup is fighting on the front lines of the skeleton soup war. No, we're allies with the skeletons. We love the skeletons around here. That is hilarious, yeah. We're basically a money laundering cartel where people just look at you for a second before shooting. Listen, like real talk, I don't like hierarchy. I'm not a fan of me being like seen as superior to any of my chatters. I don't like a community where like the mods are on some pedestal above the rest of the community. I like a community where everyone is equal. I like a community where there is equity being allotted to those who have specific needs and or like desires or interests. That being said, being a mafia where I am like the Dawn and I have a Team Rocket villain organization where I'm the leader, my mods are my admins, and then all of you are goons that like go off with your level 3 Rattata, and maybe like you have a level 5 Pidgey if you're at the end of Route 1. Like, that is so funny to me. Independent of like my personal convictions about like, I don't want anyone to feel like they're superior to anyone else. I do legitimately want this to be a place of equality, which is why anyone can ban anyone. The only exception being me and mods, because we are moderators. You physically can't ban us. But whether you're like a pillar of the community who sticks around and you're here all the time and you've been here for 8 months, or you've been here for like a week, you can ban basically anyone. If we can't put Maddie on a pedestal, how can we put her in a nice breakfast nook with some tasteful, balanced breakfast pops? Honestly, Maddie is so wonderful. Don't tell her I said this. Maddie doesn't get to know I talk nice about my mods. I had no idea about the purging. It was a huge surprise. No, that's the thing, Axolotl. I have people who don't know, and then they come in and they're like, what is going on? What did I do wrong? And then I'm like, oh, don't worry about it. My chat just does that. We make people arrow offers they can't arrow refuse. Oh, wait. So it's time. It's time. I'm going to open up MS Paint. Also, I'm going to, what's it called? My apologies. Let me grab my soda. And I'm going to bring it over to... I like having the soda, so I'm going to keep the soda with me. What is... My apologies. Yeah, so I like the fact that the soda there. If we really want, I can point a gun at the soda. Like, I feel like that's very on brand. So, very sorry. I'm currently attempting to have MS Paint open. This is the programming in the background that we are considering doing. I want MS Paint open though. There we go. Did I reset the values? Shh. Don't worry about it. So we've had art. We've had art of me as like a ranger. We've had art of me as a ranger, which I absolutely love this art. It's probably my favorite piece of art I have received because it's on theme of being like a D&D channel. Also, like, it's a ranger. My name is Arrow. The bow with the arrow is so cool. Also, I just look so good in this. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the favorite piece of art I've ever received. And this is by Hellraiser or Hellblazer on Blue Sky Work. H3LLBLAZER. But also from someone on the Discord server, I have Arrow Chad. So I have like Chad Arrow. I have Ranger Arrow. What happens if I get like Pope Arrow and Mafia Boss Arrow? Like, then we like, this is obviously like your frontline marshal. The Ranger is a ranged damage dealer. You have the face, like your bard equivalent of the Mafia, and then you have your cleric, who is Arrow Popes. We would have a full D&D party of different iterations of Arrow. A house full of arrows. I'm not sure what to make of that facial expression, though. Is it wistful cartoon goth girl? I mean, that's kind of what I aspire to be. Like, look at this. Like, I don't know. I feel like this looks better than me. That's the thing. When you get art that's so good that makes you self-conscious. Hold still, I'm drawing it. No. See, and that's the thing. I really do try to avoid like begging for anything really, but like particularly like fan art, fan content. If you want to make it, you can make it. Like Stunov was very kind enough to make this soda because they thought it would be funny. So that's something that I appreciate, but you're under no obligation to make fan art. I just think it'd be really funny if we had a full D&D party of like various... Oh, and then we could have a summoner. We could have a summoner, which was all of the different arrow kissers. So like, even if we're going like, oh, wanna know what? If we're going like Terraria rules, we would have the Marshal would be Arrow Chad. We would have the Ranger would be Arrow Ranger. We would have the Mage would be Arrow Popes. And then the Summoner would be Arrow Mafia. Because this is the summons of Arrow Mafia. You're a summon bush. Okay, but imagine how cool it would be if you're in a fight and you could just like imagine a fighting game, right? Which my sibling is really into fighting games. I'm not, but my sibling's in fighting games. Was telling me about Fatal Fury and how they added Ronaldo of all characters, and they also added a random like Bosnian, or was it like a Bosnian DJ? Like some DJ who's the joke character and just has like the silliest moveset. But imagine a character who, instead of being a DJ, instead of being Cristiano Ronaldo, they are a mafia boss, where they themselves just kind of stand there menacingly, right? Like they just have their arms crossed, and like maybe they do a little like swivel back and forth as their idle animation. But all of their attacks, they don't lift a finger. It's literally one of their goons like runs up and like... Wait, so this would be... They just run up and they deck you, and then they run past you off screen. So like your light attack is a random goon runs up and like throws a punch and then runs off screen. And then your heavy attack is one of them runs up and like throws an uppercut and then runs off screen. So like the mafia boss never actually contributes to the fight. It's literally just, they have a bunch of goons that fight for them. There's a goon summoner in, there's a goon summoner Mugen character, also Skullgirls. Okay, Skullgirls I've heard great things about. Again, I'm not a fighting game person. The only fighting games I've really played is like Mortal Kombat. And I also really got into Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which is just like BlazBlue style like anime fighting game. I really got into this because hyperfixation go burr. I'm not good at it. If you need to know who I played Naoto, which should tell you everything. And I did play Shadow Naoto, not because I was like hyper optimizing my gameplay, but because I like Shadow Naoto. I really think Shadow Naoto is cool. Also, their voice is so just amazing. And the DJ is top tier now. Yeah, cause I heard that. Like, my sibling was telling me that unironically, that DJ from Fatal Fury is like top tier as a character. Arrow aspires to be a cartoon goth waifu. I do. Want to know why? Because like 2000s era goth girl is a gender. This is like the closest thing to my gender. No, I don't think I think I'm too agender for that. I think I'm too removed from gender to be a goth girl. However, like 2000s era like goth culture absolutely and irrevocably influenced the cultural zeitgeist on what people find attractive. And I am both a part of that in what I find attractive and what I am. Why do you think I'm so monochrome? Goth them? Yeah. Hot topic. 2000s cartoon goth girl, gotta be one of my favorite genders. So you're like Testament from Guilty Gear, all the goth. Yeah, I would love to be Testament. I have not played Guilty Gear, but I know that Testament is an absolute diva. And apparently they're like so much of a diva, they just like left behind gender. Gotham. Boys, it's a bat! Blast them! The single colored streak. I mean, I could dye my hair. Honestly, the reason that my hair is black is because I thought it would go with my outfit. The canonical reason why my hair is black is because I dye it to go with my outfit. I'm not naturally black-haired, I hope you know. Which, I mean, like, of all the colors to dye it, black seems like a bit of a waste. Because, like, imagine natural color hair, Arrow. No, but Testament, I have yet... I played Guilty... Did I play Guilty Gear, like, once? And I think I played Testament. Testament, Guilty Gear. Like... Monarch, please. Oh, wow, that's low quality. Sorry, let me put you there. Let me grab a different one that's higher res. I'm trying not to post fan art because I recognize that fan art, there's a lot of issues with showing off other people's work without their permission. I'm very sorry. I'm trying to find non-fan art high-res image of Testament. So this is one of them. Whoop. So like this is what we're talking. Like honestly, I could rock this. Like this vibe. I could rock this vibe. As a dark brunette, I often wonder if there would even be enough of a difference of dyeing it to black to justify it. That's the thing. I think even undertones can matter. Because have you ever seen someone that has black hair and it looks kind of like bluish in the right light? Like black, blue hair. No, this is dyeing. But it's the idea of like someone who in the right lighting, the undertones of their hair leans more blue versus the undertones of their hair leans more brown. Those are two different colors of hair, right? And those are subtle differences, but they are differences. They are differences that do matter. So I think that even if it's like, oh, I don't know if it would really matter, I think it would have value. I think it would be something interesting. That being said, So we are approaching an hour. We just hit an hour actually. So I gotta ask, do we want to continue yapping and do we want to talk more TTRPGs? Because I love talking TTRPGs. Or do we want to hop into a game? Either game dev or blueprints. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm at the point where I've played blueprints for like 20 plus hours. I'd be fine stepping away from blueprints, if not forever, at least for a little bit of time. I know next week on Saturday, my plan, I'm currently talking with some people. I might be doing a collab where I will do my normal stream. And then after a couple hours, I will raid out early. And then I will join a different channel for a collab. We'll see how that goes. Are we feeling game dev? I have not done game dev in quite some time. I've not programmed in many moons. And of course, by many moons, I mean like 2 weeks, but my excuse, I was gonna program last time and then my brain was not working. Ooh, collabs, yeah. And it's with new people. It's from people from my stream team that I'm in chat with. Because for those of you who don't know, I'm actually part of a stream team. It's very low key, it's very subtle, it's very in the background, at least that's how I treat it. So I'm currently in chats with some people about first VHive collaboration I'd be participating in. You're interested in more of the VHivers? Yeah. Honestly, they're so sweet. Like, don't tell them I said this, but like I've been raiding into them, they've been raiding into me. Behind the scenes, they've been super nice. They've been super sweet. I've joined, like, there was a book club. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, VHive is the name of my stream team. And this is just a group of... Do you hear that? Did I just get the raid notification for Dr. Dayton like 40 minutes late? Okay, because for those of you who don't know, my raid alert is
Anti-alien alarm! No alien! No Martian!
This is my raid alert.
Get out of here!
Because I thought it was funny. However, when Dr. Dayton raided like 40 minutes ago, I didn't hear that. I just saw the notification, Dr. Dayton is raiding you, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I wonder why the raid message didn't go off. And then I just heard that with no context. I'm just talking here and then suddenly I hear...
Alien alarm! No alien!
And my first thought was like, oh, another raid. And then I looked and there was no notification. And then I'm like, what? Oh no. All we need is just metal pipes. Yeah, I really don't use my sound effects as much as I should. What I really need... You didn't hear it until you played it manually? Yeah, that's the thing. I heard it. I guess because it was on some massive delay for whatever reason. There's some OBS issue probably. But I don't use my sound effects nearly as much as I should. Like, imagine how funny it would be if you're like... If you're being weird in chat and I'm just like, stop it, get some help. Or, oh my gosh, someone raises me up. Also, is the audio crackling for anyone else? We have minor tech issues. Please don't worry about it. Okay, so we're about to have an ad break in like 2 minutes. So I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna Arrow Mafia Doodle right now. Oh, thank you. Is VHive a Twitch stream team or a stream team without a Twitch page? So we are a Twitch, we are a stream team without a Twitch page. We might get one. I actually don't know. But it's like, there's like 50 of us. So I don't know if there's plans to get a Twitch stream page, but hey, we might. I've mostly been interacting with them on the back end. It's been mostly like, hey, like giving advice, talking, signal boosting, talking about stuff behind the scenes. Other VHive members have done like repo collabs that I have not participated in because I don't have repo. But Like, so I really want to play Marvel Rivals. I have not been able to play Marvel Rivals consistently for the past couple days, which sucks because there's big head mode, and I want to have a big head. Semi-secret stream society, exactly, the SSSS. But with VHive, it's very much so chill, casual, nothing intense. Very lovely people. I've been hopping in VC with them. They're so nice. They're so sweet. I do highly recommend checking them out. And I'm actually one of the I'm one of the only like dedicated video producers there. There's some editors there. There's like one other person I know who consistently makes like stream highlights, but I'm like one of the only like YouTubers there. So it's very funny like seeing all of them be like, how do I do shorts content? And me being like, I got you, fam. And then like some of them know tech issues, some of them know art stuff. So all of them are incredibly lovely. Oh, Arrow, you always have the big head. See, that's the thing. I don't. My head might be the size of my torso. And if saying that ruins it, I'm so sorry. But like with VTuber proportions, your head is like the size of your torso most of the time. Unless you go really small head, and then it looks weird because you're next to a bunch of other people who have a unified art style. 50% Minecraft Hunger Games, all of VHive. So all I will say in response to that is there are talks of VHive Minecraft, like an SMP. The issue with that I have is that I don't own Minecraft. So I would certainly be interested in what a 50-person SMP would look like. However, I don't have Minecraft, and I have not played Minecraft in over 10 years. So I don't know exactly how well that would work. You had Minecraft, but I forgot my account. Okay, so 15 years ago, way back when Minecraft was like just out of alpha, my sibling, oh, so we have an ad. My sibling had his bigger torso. There's a dirty joking there. Oh, shut up. Piracy time for TOS reasons. That's a joke. So we have enough people who aren't subscribed. I'm actually going to take a quick, just like pause on that conversation. I'm not going to start the Minecraft story. However, I'm gonna take a drink of my wonderful. I just had to take a little sippy of my lead flavored Aero soda. What's you're telling me that the soda is not half your torso size? I mean, maybe. Have you seen those like Arizona iced tea cans, which are like the length of your forearm? Maybe. This is just a proportions thing. So what I could do is I could... And... Oh, shit. I can make this worse. Don't worry, I can make this so much worse. Generic images... Oh, wait, no, I know. I know what I can do. I can do this, where you're there. All right, this is me grasping for my Aero soda. How do you enjoy? Which, this is despite the fact that my hands are covered. You have never seen my hands before. I've made edits and jokes and memes about hands. I've had PNGs of hands overlaid on my model before. These are not my hands, I'm sorry to say. Like, just... Oh! What'd I do? Ah! Please hold. I messed up my lighting. Ah! Please hold. How do I fix this? Help! Reset lights direction. It would be... Okay, cool. I fixed it. Sorry. I broke the lighting. I have skin color now. Oh, shut up. Just because I'm super pale does not mean that I don't have skin color. It means that the color of my skin is the color of untrodden snow. I have yaoi hands. I have yaoi hands. See, these hands are true to size. However, so what would it be? I forgot. How do I move my... I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember how to actually screw with my model. I'm sorry. I'm pressing buttons that I should not be pressing. Oh my gosh. This is me. I can like change the direction of my... Wait, if I like get all dramatic. Once upon a time. I'm sorry if that was distressing to look at. Like the freaking messing with the lighting. Welcome back, everyone. Wait, arrow is skin? Yeah, skin is hair. Flesh is bone. Bone is flesh. Hair is skin. That's well trodden. But yeah, so I have yaoi hands. Unfortunately, I feel like, am I not doing this right? Oh, there it is. Like, as you can see from my hands, I do have gloves. Ergo, you have yet to see my hands. You have also not seen my arms. The only thing you've seen of me, you've never seen my feet. You've never seen my legs. You see my thighs. You have not seen my intimates, or my hands, or my arms, or my torso. You've seen my collarbone, and you've also seen my face. Cool boots, thank you. Even in like my vampire costume. Because who here doesn't know that I dressed up last year as a vampire? Who here doesn't know that? Arrow gloves, arrow boots, arrow thighs, arrow face. That is my outfit, yeah. Also, Arrow Goon on Discord now. Wait. Arrow Goon is in like Arrow Gooning, or like Arrow Goon is in like Arrow Mafia? What did I get? I see why someone said don't check Discord. Because I just saw me flavored water, 1 cup, 15 cents. Hey, wait, driver, that's so good. That's so lovely, actually. Hey, you're gonna be sleeping with the fishes. Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. It wasn't me, I swear. Okay, so let me just go over there real quick and turn off YouTube. So as I do that, I can swap my avatar to show off my vampire costume. So, my apologies for ducking in and out. So, you said you have not seen me. I got the same boots. Listen, I'm not loaded. I'm sorry. I don't have the money to buy new boots for this costume. However, I did decide that I wanted to like wear different pants because this was a Halloween costume. And I had a cape that I actually had to recolor some of the accents because the accent color of this was red before, but I turned it into like gold. And then I have this really popped out collar that I have where I have it. This is not my doing. I don't know how to tie this, like this ascot style thing. This is purely just a costume I bought online. And then, ta-da! Although, why is it not letting me... It should let me zoom in. Oh, there we are. So I got colored contacts in. I got fangs in. I got like recolors to all of this. So this is my whole outfit. And I wore this for like a month after Halloween because I'm like, I put in effort to this. I'm not just trashing this real quick. This is also, funny enough, I had this before I swapped to my 1.5 model So this is an outfit that this was the first time I had hair covering an eye. So it does look pretty. Now to get lost in arrow eyes. Fangly, arrow big, cape always rule. We need to bring back capes, like unironically. We need to bring back capes because I think as though capes as a fashion statement are so versatile. Capes as something to indicate status is just fire. Goodness gracious. I'm glad y'all enjoy the vampire outfit though. I really like it, and I should use that in the shorts I talk about World of Darkness. Oh, that'd be so good. That would be so good. Like, if I really wanted to, I could swap my outfit every single short. Also, y'all are gonna see tonight's short is so silly because I was gonna post freaking the long form video content yesterday. I didn't have time. So I pivoted, I think Sunday night, to release a short yesterday. And then I recorded, I finished script writing, I didn't get a chance to edit. But yesterday, I'm just like, dang, I don't have enough time to get this video out tomorrow because I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Very sorry, I have to kick the dragon video again. I feel really bad, but I want to get it out this week. So I uploaded another stream clip both yesterday and today, because yesterday I was uploading a stream clip instead of a stream clip today. Now today, I figured I'd just stick with the normal schedule. I have a Lancer video I want to release. I have a Lancer video scripted and ready to record. But at this point, given that tomorrow my hope is to upload the long form video, which is also Lancer content, I don't know when I'm going to be able to release it. I might release it Sunday. Because for those of you who know, it's me talking about the Manticore. And if you've seen my other videos talking about Lancer mechs, what is the one thing do you think I'm going to focus on with the Manticore video? With the Barbarossa, all I talked about was the giant F-off gun. With the Pegasus, I talked about how it does and does not exist and how it's so confusing. With the Lich, I talked about how it has like no health, but it's literally immortal. What do you think I'm going to talk about with the Manticore? No, so the Manticore doesn't eat its pilot. That would be the Balor, because the Balor is a nanobot swarm that if it doesn't register you as the pilot, it will literally eat you. The Hydra is a similar one where it's a series of interlocking drones that makes up the mech itself, so that if the mech disassembles in such a way that you are in the way of the disassembling drones, it will just kill you. Because it doesn't care about its pilot, it cares about its drones. The Manticore castigates the enemies of the Godhead. That's right, Gold Star. This is why you're a mod. The Manticore is a mech that after you destroy it, it undergoes a reactor meltdown and blows up after you destroy it. Not every mech blows up once you destroy it. It's only if you inflict enough heat, which is like stress damage, to its internal systems, that it has a chance to blow up. The Manticore always blows up. Further, you can forcibly put your mech into a castigation state, which when it gets destroyed, it will automatically explode. So what happens is, not only does it automatically explode when it gets destroyed, it also deals much more damage than a normal explosion, and it specifies you have to be physically present inside of your mech in order for it to explode this way. The Manticore does not let you leave. The Manticore is going to go down and take you and your friends and the enemy and whoever killed it and any civilians all out with it. Because you are castigating the enemies of the Godhead, and it is the destruction of the temple of the enemies of Ra. Yes, you can choose to blow up your mech. However, I don't think a castigation state triggers on a self-destruct. I think castigation state only triggers on a actually, no, it might trigger on a self-destruct. I think it does, yeah. Is there cloning and memory uploads? So there is, however, it's less Sorry. It's less cloning and memory uploads in the sense of I'm creating a copy, and it's more cloning and memory uploads of, well, so there is no memory uploads outside of like an NHP. Cloning in Lancer, we going back to the pause menu. That's the wrong menu. I meant to click main menu. Cloning in Lancer, there are two types of cloning. One type of cloning is basically traditional cloning. This is the only form of legal cloning because I'll call it trad cloning. Is you take the genetic material of a host, then you grow it in a vat, and then 18 years later, you have an 18-year-old. After 3 years, you have a 3-year-old. Like, it's effectively creating a genetic copy of someone, but they're still growing and developing as their own person with separate thought processes, experiences, memories. Maybe they have different genetic predispositions because despite the fact they are genetically identical, different stressors they were subjected to had different hormonal imbalances in them, so they end up looking and acting different from you. So this is trad cloning. This is the only cloning that is legal. There's also fast cloning. And the best way I can say this is kind of like Star Wars clones, where instead of taking 18 years to get an 18-year-old, it would take like 6 years to get an 18-year-old, maybe 9 years to get an 18-year-old. Like, it develops faster than normal, but it's prone to issues. It's also prone to defects. It's also prone to like trauma in the clone. And generally, fast cloning is what you can do where it's, I'm going to take this person's memories and implant them into the fast clone, because the fast clone grows fast enough that its memories, like if you give a fast clone a 36-year-old's memory bank, they're going to grow with that 36-year-old's memory bank and make new memories and experiences and opinions on top of that, but it will have that foundational base. With traditional cloning, you can't really do that because if you upload it when it's a baby, it's going to forget all of that by the time it's like 2 or 3. And then effectively you've given it wasted information because nothing retains. Epigenetics causing clones to differ, neat. And also getting old fast. Getting old fast too, yes. So, fun fact, Harrison Armory. Harrison Armory, one of the big 4 manufacturers. Both in terms of the in-universe big manufacturers of SSC, IPSN, Harrison Armory, and GMS, as well as in the meta-textual mech manufacturers of SSC, IPSN, Harrison Armory, and Horus. Of the 4 manufacturers, it is like the most military-industrial complex one, and its leader is a guy named Harrison. What do you know? Harrison Armory, the guy who leads is named Harrison. However, Harrison the First founded the company and then was a war criminal and I believe was put on trial and had to be given up in international peace deals between... Harrison 1 was, I believe, the inspiration for the company. Harrison 1 was the... I believe he piloted a Saladin, and he was a super, super, super famous Lancer. And he was super good at what he did. And like, he got so many resources and he was so tied to SecCom and blah, 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 blah. I believe this is the timeline. And then he died. So what they did is they cloned him and they had Harrison II. This guy was the leader of Harrison Armory. And what he did is he did war crimes, but on an interplanetary level. Because he was just Harrison 1, but leader of the military-industrial complex instead of leader from the front lines. So then what happened is that Harrison Armory and Union, the entire intergalactic federation of like humanity, the Star Trek Federation equivalent, they made a deal with Harrison Armory that said, hey, we're going to give you amnesty. We're going to give you land. We're going to give you planets. We're going to let you be a manufacturer for us. You're going to be a subsidiary under the government on the condition you give us Harrison II so he can stand trial for his crime. And Harrison Armory said, sure. Do you want to know why? Because they just made Harrison III. And now Harrison III is doing exactly what Harrison II did, except now he's not a war criminal because the crimes of the clone are, or the crimes of the host are not imposed on the crimes of the clone. Harrison Armory and Harrison II was just like, yeah, sure, give me up. This is good for the company. And then Harrison III stepped up and was like, I salute you, me, and then just continued doing it. Well, in fact, Harrison Armory was founded after people were protesting because of how Union genocided the only sapient species that humanity has ever found. So the thing with that, in Union, again, like the Star Trek Federation equivalent, there are 3 committees of Union. There is Union, the Central Committee, and then after it became SecCom, the second committee, this kind of got like renamed to FirstCom because it's the idea of Union Central Committee, kind of like how World War I was initially called the Great War, the war to end all wars. And then once World War II happened, we're like, okay, it's World War I, World War II. So Union Central Committee was FirstCom. SecCom came after. And then after SecCom genocided an sapient alien species on the Hercynia crisis, SecCom fell and became ThirdCom. And remember how I mentioned that Harrison Armory is basically the military-industrial complex? SecCom, everyone who was in power and didn't die, left and joined Harrison Armory. So if you were wondering, like, oh, are we the baddies? Yes. Yes, you are. Yes. So the thing about the different committees is FirstCom was golden parachute. FirstCom, Central Committee, was we are going to take over the stars. First Committee was the optimistic golden age of humanity. Interstellar. So it's from Cradle, which is Earth. Humanity left the planet and said, okay, we're going to colonize the stars. We already tried colonizing them tens of thousands of years ago. And then because of interplanetary warfare and like civil war and global disasters, Earth fell apart. So we lost access to all of this interstellar travel. Now, after tens of thousands of years, we've built back up. We're going back out there. We're rediscovering Mars colonies. We're rediscovering intergalactic travel. We're doing all this cool stuff. Central Committee pushed for all of that. And then eventually, there was foreign pressures from other nations. So if this is Central Committee, there are other powers of humans who, again, tens of thousands of years ago, went out into the stars. Earth fell. They get isolated. They form their own cultures. They form their own identities. They form their own nations across planets, interplanetary empires. And then Central Committee comes up to them as like, hey, we're humanity. And then like the Karakin trade baronies are just like, what are you talking about? We're humanity. And then the Onic people are just like, yeah, like we're humanity. Like you're not human. Like you might be human, but we are the progenitors of humanity. We are those initial Earth colonists who left when the world was falling apart. And then Central Committee is just like, well, no, we're like the descendants of the people who like were from Earth, and like we control Earth, so screw you. And then the Karrakin trade baronies and the Onic people were like, screw you. And then war happened. And do you want to know what happens after war? Militarism. So Central Committee got absolutely shafted, became SecCom. SecCom, incredibly militaristic, incredibly expansionist, incredibly imperialist. They used clones. They used rapid cloning, fast cloning to create armies to field and basically send out like Star Wars style clone troopers to raise child soldiers, send them to their death, make a new batch. That was the bread and butter of SecCom's military. SecCom had the single largest movement of humans in all of recorded history. Billions, if not trillions, of humans flooding the stars. And I don't mean like, oh, we're sending out ships, or no, I mean like Craft World Eldar from 40K style, like continent-sized ships filled with millions of inhabitants going from world to world, dropping off 10 million people on this planet, 100 million people on that planet, 50 million people on this planet, with the intention of choking the stars with life. That is humanity's mission statement. That is, First Com did this, Second Com did this even more so, Third Com is trying to continue this. Choke the stars with life. Humanity will control the stars. That is humanity's mission in Lancer. So SecCom is being imperialist, it's being militaristic, it's an authoritarian regime, effectively, enforced by a clone militia of subhuman servitors who are not given the same rights and privileges as normal humans. This is where genetic engineering is going wild. This is where mechs and NHPs don't exist yet. However, mech precursors do exist. So what happens is, on this planet called Hercynia, it's discovered that there's aliens. Like, we're gonna manifest destiny, not manifest destiny on Omega steroids, manifest destiny if we already ran out of destiny to manifest, hit rock bottom, and then slammed our forehead into rock bottom so hard that we broke through the bedrock.
Protective shield! Protective shield!
Yeah, so alien, like, we find aliens. This entire time it's been, we run into the Karrakin trade baronies, those are humans. We run into the Onic people, those are humans. We run into the Voladores, those are humans. These are humans from tens of thousands of years ago. We find right proper aliens. And SecCom comes up to these aliens and is like, hey buddy, you want to be friends? And the aliens are like, really? And SecCom is like, nah, get screwed. And then they genocide them. They commit total biome kill. Do you know what total biome kill is? Total biome kill is exterminatus without the technology to blow up planets. Total biome kill is, we are going to exterminatus this planet, but we don't have the technology to crack its crust. So we are going to go down there with mech suits that have flamethrowers and can salt the field and can spill poison into river streams. We are going to use genetic like diseases to just bioplagues across all of the native fauna. We are going to render this planet uninhabitable. and also kill everything that is not a human. And that is why it's such a meme that Harrison Armory loves war crimes so much, is because SecCom did this, and then in response to this, or rather not in response to this, but basically at the same time, like right after the Hercynia crisis, which is the total biome kill of the Egregorians, which is like human colonists who wanted to work with the Egregorians also getting killed in response to the genetic engineering and the child soldiers, in response to the authoritarian regime, SecCom fractured. And a core part of the mainline Lancer adventure, No Room for a Wallflower, is returning to Hercynia thousands of years later under Third Com, where there's no memory of what happened. Because SecCom wouldn't write that down. And what they did write down, as SecCom was fracturing, they were busy burning all the evidence. They were busy tossing all that because they knew if the wider galaxy found out, they would be so screwed. So what SecCom did is they burned as much evidence as they could, they jumped ship to Harrison Armory, and then suddenly, now we're in Third Com. Third Com is basically the logical reaction to a populace that is unhappy with centralized military power. Third Com follows a soft power approach. Third Com focuses almost entirely on diplomacy. Third Com has baseline privileges. It expects and enforces, but fundamentally, it does not have many rules. Its military has been gutted. And fundamentally, it is ineffective. The core premise of Third Com is it is a neutered government that cannot support the weight of the entire known galaxy, because it is a response to the overreach of SecCom. So if you want like a kind of good example, SecCom is what happened in like World War II, World War I era, like Europe. Third Com is post-war Europe. Third Com is, let's all take a step back. Let's defund a lot of the military. Let's defund a lot of the programs of like R&D for weapons. Let's focus on soft power. Let's focus on, let's not be as like decolonization is a big part of it. They try their best, like much like the UN, right? The UN is very soft power, focuses on diplomacy, doesn't have an extremely powerful military, at least in comparison to some of the other nations around, because the UN is a peacekeeping force. Third Com sees itself as a peacekeeping force. And when you have like tens of thousands of planets, most of whom have not been a part of First, Second, or Third Com, most of whom have been isolated for tens of thousands of years, a soft power approach doesn't really work, at least not to the same way that they need. Like, just look at how screwed up some real world nations are now in response to the UN trying to assist them but being ineffectual and able to. Right now, the Dawnline show is Third Com's first major challenge since Karakin and Harrison look they're about to throw down. Yeah! So, like, Third Com has been around for like a couple hundred years. SecCom, First Com, prior to that, those were all like 1,000-year-long regimes. Those were Roman empires. Third Com is the new kid on the block. Third Com has not had a major trial yet. It's been trying to play damage control. Third Com wants to be Star Trek Federation, but doesn't have the resources. I would say Third Com wants to be Star Trek Federation, and it is, to core worlds. Because in Lancer, there are core worlds, there are diasporan worlds, And then there are cosmopolitans, which these are people like on ships, so they don't really matter. Core worlds are by blink gates. These are your Mass Effect relays. These are your light space, like light speed drives. These are your wormhole generators. These are what you let you do faster than light travel, right? So core worlds are anything that is like in a year of normal space travel from one of these blink gates. Because yeah, it sucks to have to fly through space for a year to get to faster than light travel so that you can travel faster than light to somewhere halfway across the galaxy. But that's still reasonable enough that if you have like, I don't know, a global energy crisis, you can expect reasonable aid within the next year and a half. That sucks, but that is close enough that anyone who can assist you would be able to, and they would stop the planet from collapsing. Yeah, probably like tens or hundreds of thousands of people are going to die, but that won't collapse the entire planetary ecosystem. A diasporan world is anywhere that's like significantly far from a blink gate. These are places where if you have a total financial collapse and like you need a cash inflow, or if a civil war breaks out and suddenly like half the planet is like in turmoil, no one's gonna come help you for 5, 10, 50 years. You're effectively on your own. If you live on Cradle or Mars, your life is great, but if you rely on traditional shipping for much, Union can't really do much for you. So not quite. You can live out in the like Himalayan range, like out in the Himalayan circuit, and you'll be fine if you live by a blink gate. Because also think about it, if this is a blink gate and there's a planet here which is like, I don't know, let's say a month, and you have a planet here which is, let's say, 2 months, and then you have a planet like over here which from the blink gate is like 1 year, you still have 2 other planets which are really well supplied, which maybe this one is like 9 months, maybe this one is like 8 months, right? So suddenly, even if you're like a year away from a blink gate, yeah, that sucks if you want to travel, but if you need assistance, other planets can help you out faster than the blink gate can. And because they're really close to a blink gate, they're going to be fine when it comes to resources. Meanwhile, if you're like way over, if you're way over here, and like from this planet, you're like 3 years. So you're like 4 years from a blink gate. That's enough time that you're basically on your own. But if you manage to hold off, you're fine. If you manage to overcome your civil war, foreign aid will arrive and will be able to help with reconstruction, will be able to help with peacekeeping after the fact, will be able to help with stabilization. You just have to manage it by yourself. Now imagine that way down here, you have a planet who's like 20 years of real space from that blink gate. You're so boned. You're so boned. Like, you got nothing, bro. Like, I'm sorry. You're on your own. No one is coming to help you. If you have a civil war, you better be able to handle it with like the 2 other planets, one of which is a year from you, one of which is 6 months, but also just like had a climate catastrophe that completely destroyed its global economy. Like, you're so boned. And then imagine even further, you have a planet which is like, I don't know, 50 years from this planet. But if you look at it, it's actually surprisingly like only like 10 years from the blink gate, but no one knows about it. because it's been out of the fold of like SecCom, ThirdCom. It hasn't been rediscovered yet. So even if Union discovers it, it just went thousands of years where it thought the closest planet to it was 50 years away and also just underwent a complete economic collapse. Not to mention, what if they don't even know there are other planets? What if they regressed in technology so that their feudal age, where they have like knights and lances and they ride dragon horses, and their whole like they're a military hierarchy where the strong rule the weak by their God-given right and the mandate of heaven. Like, the diaspora is such a flexible tool for a GM that you can have any setting you want in the diaspora. And if you want to have Star Trek Federation style, like, oh, everything is fine, we're post-scarcity, Union can handle any issue, you just need to set it near a blink gate. That's all you need to do. So you can have Mad Max and Star Trek Federation right next to each other. The only difference being one is 10 years away from a blink gate, while one is 1 year away from a blink gate. That's the really cool part. So there's a lot of control from corporations and local warlords and stuff in the diaspora. They're probably not going to trust Union if it just shows up and declares itself the government. So the thing about that, and also real quick, you posted something a while ago. As far as you remember, as of ThirdCom, the Carrican trade baronies are technically part of Union, but because they control so much of resource extraction, Union basically lets them do whatever they want. ThirdCom really determined not to repeat the mistakes of SecondCom, or for two reasons. ThirdCom doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of SecCom. Carrican wanted independence, they probably could, so it's probably better for Union to keep the peace and turn a blind eye. So what it is that it's... Do you remember earlier how I mentioned as Central Committee was expanding, they ran into these funky individuals called the Carrican Trade Baronies? These are... well... think... the best way I can describe the Carrican Trade Baronies is kind of a fusion of feudal Western Europe and like obviously in sci-fi on a planetary scale, feudal Western Europe with like Muslim caliphates, in that it's based on a series of houses that are all unified under like the main house, I think it's like the House of Kings, and they all are separate factions pledged in fealty to the same overarching goal, but they all have their own they're all fully like autonomous underneath it's very Dune. Yes. And the thing about this is that they really are good at resource extraction. The Carrican baronies have mastered the art of taking a planet and getting every single resource they can out of it. Yes, this does leave the planet a barren husk. However, you really want to like make those 3 battleships, don't you? You're not going to do that without exploiting a few planets along the way, aren't you? So the Carrican baronies are really good at that. Obviously, they don't do the best things. They don't do the best things involved in that. And also, they kind of have the trappings of a lot of Western perceptions of like the Muslim caliphates. They are very like Middle Eastern inspired, a little bit in the way of just like, look at how exotic they are. Look at how they, instead of smoking cigarettes, they smoke from hookah. Like a little bit of that where it's not great, but it's also, I don't know enough about them to say that's bad. A little bit of Orientalism. I don't know their lore good enough to say if that's like my perception of it, because The only thing I know about them is a brief overview from a lore video, which primarily talked about Union's perspective of them. So that might be a situation where in universe, they are misconstrued by Union, or it could be that's all they are, which I don't know. I'm not an expert. So the main thing about Union, about Third Com, they want to avoid the mistakes of SecCom and those core privileges I mentioned before. Those core privileges I mentioned earlier is that there are 3 pillars of Third Com. And basically they boil down to everyone will be provided for. Interplanetary travel will never be barred. And no one shall be in servitude without compensation. And this isn't just like slavery. This is also indentured servitude. This is like wage slaving. It's the idea of everyone will have their material needs met. Everyone will be freely allowed to travel between different planets, nations, areas. You will not be barred access, like you need a passport kind of deal. And no one will be forced into a situation where they are in service to someone else. These all sound pretty goated. In terms of like, if you had to choose 3 things that you want to like hyper focus on, like make sure everyone follows, particularly when you're doing a soft power approach, saying everyone's material needs are met, everyone is allowed the freedom to go wherever they want, and no one will be held in service against their will. Those are 3 really good options to choose, right? Do you know what happens when a hyper hierarchical, like exploitative, feudal system that relies on like servants and like a servant class or caste where there is no mobility, where like there are serfs? Do you know how this interacts? It doesn't. Reactionaries would arise, I would imagine. So what happens most of the time is that in a situation like this, I'm thinking from the angle of like a diasporan world, which is like the diasporan world has built up a culture in line with like feudal Europe, where serfdom is common. You pledge yourself to a lord. You are bound to your land, and all resources are brought to the top and they trickle down the economy. That breaks every single one of these. If Third Com showed up to that planet and said, hey, we're Third Com, we're your new government, you have to make sure you meet all of these pillars, that planet is probably just gonna say no, right? Like, nah, dude. And then when Third Com says, okay, do you want us to roll up with our military? And then they have like 5 carriers hanging outside of orbit, and this is like a pre-modern feudal society, they'll be like, we can work something out. And then suddenly you have a situation where Third Com says, okay, we understand this is a bit of a culture clash, so we're going to give you like a 50-year adjustment period. How about this? Everyone who's currently a serf stays a serf, but any children born into serfdom are born free. And also, you have to ensure that of the trickle down like economies that are going up to your lords, you have to ensure that at least 25% of that goes back to the bottom. How about that? And then the planet will be like, okay. And then Union leaves, and then the feudal lords do absolutely nothing different, but now they have guns. Because Third Com was like, okay, here's a bunch of guns. So now the feudal lords like oppress their people more because Third Com can't worry about this. Exactly, Thunder Dragon. And then what happens is that third com leaves. They come back 50 years later. They say, dude, what the heck? You said that you would like wind down on all of this. And then the feudal lords are just like, oh, sorry. That was with my dad. You made that deal. How about you and me, we make a different deal? How about instead we will just allow all of the serfs. We'll stop calling them serfs. And instead we'll let them move between which lord they want to work for, which will incentivize the lords to actually put their needs forward. Because then if I'm treating my serfs better than everyone else, sorry, not serfs, citizens, wink. If I treat my citizens better than all of the other lords, they'll just come live with me. And then third com would be like, okay. And then they leave. And then maybe that happens. And then 50 years later, third com shows up and is like, guys, why are you still calling them serfs? And then this goes on for like 200 years. And then eventually third com sends in a lancer. And then that's where the player characters come in. That's what makes the game interesting. And when I say third com is ineffective, I really do genuinely mean that. Like, third com says, we want to make sure no one is in bondage. We want to ensure everyone's needs are met. We want to ensure that everyone can move between whatever planet they want so that they can find whatever opportunities they need. And then all of the diaspora is like, cool. Anyways, I started enslaving people. Like, third com has amazing ideals that, because they're so focused on those core worlds by the blink gates, they really can like push that. They can really focus on that when they're a year away from a blink gate, when they're 4 years away from a blink gate. If you're 10 years from a blink gate, Union probably will still check up on you every like 10 years, every 20 years, and be like, hey, are you enforcing the pillars? They'll have a office on the planet that is like an embassy that can report back. If you're just a random like backwater diasporan planet that has no resource extraction, but Union is like, all of humanity is welcome in Union. We are here to set you and your people free. You are so not like following pillars. Like, maybe what often will happen is a diasporan world would be like, oh yeah, servitude, cringe. We're a hyper-capitalist society where we believe that you have to make your own fortune and that it is only the will of the market that dictates what you can and can't do. Anyone who is bound by servitude is being restrained from reaching their potential in the free market. So servitude, cringe. That's been outlawed for 5 centuries. And then Union's like, awesome. How about everyone's material needs being met? And then the planet's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't say let's be radical. If they can't afford bread, they deserve to starve. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They should pull themselves up by their bootstraps at that point. However, we need to ensure that no one is forced into a situation where they can't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. So we're not going to make them a servant or anything. But if you want me to spend my money so these parasites and lazy, like, layabouts can eat food? What are you on about? And then suddenly Union's like, really, bro? I thought these were like an easy ask. I thought I was asking for very little here. No, Stunov, exactly. And that's the sort of thing that Union runs into all the time. And this is the same thing with the character and trade baronies. So technically it's KTB, not KB, but with character and trade baronies, it's the same exact issue. Third com has demands. Character and trade baronies are like, okay, with a period. And then third com is like, hey, buddy, I see that you're still employing like unlawful employment practices, let's call them. And character and trade baronies are like, yeah, they get you your steel. Do you want to no longer be able to have a navy? Do you want all of your fabricators to no longer be able to print anything? Do you want the water, like, do you want the 5 trillion tons of water that we extracted from this planet to just go to waste? Or do you want to use it to cool your reactors in all of your nuclear power plants and like cold fission reactors in your capital world? And then third com is like taps fingers together. I mean, okay, maybe you can have a little bonded servitude as a treat. And then character and trade barony is like good boy. And then third com blushes because like that's their dynamic. But technically speaking, third com rules over the character and trade baronies as a subsidiary. Or the character and trade baronies are like a independent nation or are a dependent nation state under third com because third com is so decentralized. SecCom and the character and trade baronies fought each other. They hated each other. And part of why the character and trade baronies are under third com is because second committee whooped them. Second committee bonked. Second committee destroyed the character and trade baronies because they had NHPs, like AI effectively. And now the character and trade baronies are like, I mean, we could secede. And third com is like, if you seceded, we could stop you. It's kind of like how in 40K, the Imperium of Man, if it devoted 100% of its resources to fighting any single faction, it would win. Like if in 40K, the Imperium devoted all of its resources to fighting the Eldar or Chaos or even like the Orcs or probably even the Tyranids, the Imperium would probably win. However, then suddenly, if I spend all of my resources fighting Chaos, suddenly the Orcs destroy me and the Eldar destroy me. So I can't. So I'm stuck spending like, I don't know, 10% of my energy and like 50% of my energy and then like 30% of my energy and like 5% of my energy is on the Tau and then 5% is on like the Tyranids. So suddenly I can't effectively fight all of these forces at once. That's what third com is struggling with. Third com, if it devoted 100% of its energy, it could wipe the floor with the character and trade baronies. Is the On Ascendancy just going to wipe the floor with them then? Is Harrison Armory and like SSC and all the corpos, which are effectively, all of these corpos are effectively interplanetary superpowers that are only working under third com nominally. Explicitly for that same reason. If Harrison Armory said, we are going to go independent, we're going to do our own thing, we're going to genetically alter like super soldier clones, we're going to have NHPs, and we're going to do a bunch of like genociding and slavery and whatever, third com, if it turned all of its attention to fighting Harrison Armory, would win. But then like the character and trade baronies would just kind of do their thing and like become independent. And then also like the Onic Ascendancy would kind of like do their thing and win. Yeah, KDP is constantly dealing with armed revolts, sometimes union backed. And that's also Harrison Armory's fault because Harrison Armory and Horus have like that handshake meme of loving it when insurgencies start because they both just funnel resources to both sides. Horus generally gives more resources to the insurgents because they like chaos. Harrison Armory is the military industrial complex, so they'll just give stuff to whoever it can pay. But they both love when an insurgency breaks out because Harrison Armory will like play both sides. Like Harrison Armory will go to a stable planet, give a bunch of like radicals guns for free. So then a civil war starts so that then they can profiteer off of the rest of the people buying guns to fight the insurgents. And then suddenly the insurgents who only have like, I don't know, 10 10 mechs and some small arms suddenly have to like do corporate espionage in order to get money to buy more mechs from Harrison Armory. It's effectively like the first hits free kind of deal. Horus, meanwhile, will just say like, hey, you're a hacker. Here's a Pegasus. You owe me. Go have fun. And you're just like, what does this mean? I think they also provide like 30% of raw materials used by Union. Yeah, KDP is like if KDB seceded from Union would have to respond. And would have to respond fully. Else it would lose most of its raw material extraction. I think KTB also provides like 90% or like a ridiculous portion of GMS's raw material. Which GMS, if you want to know GMS is like Walmart plus Amazon plus like Google. Right? Like GMS is the stereotypical giant corporation that does everything. So IPSN is UPS, FedEx, USPS, Amazon Prime, Amazon Delivery. Yeah, IPSN is shipping. IPSN is Evergreen, is giant cargo containers. Also, yeah. So GMS is the mech producer of the Everest, which is the single most common mech in the entire universe. When you are a player character, you start with an Everest. And the only reason you would not start with an Everest is because you're at higher level and you start with a different frame, or you choose a different GMS frame. Because Everest is your Walmart, Amazon, I ordered this last night, give me a mech suit, like Lancer frame. Which is so silly. Okay, let me check Discord real quick because people were saying don't check Discord earlier. Wolk, why did Wolk capture my razzle dazzle of all things? Like, why? Of all of the things to do, this was not it. What the heck? I just realized, why did Celador post like a robot unicorn face in general? He wants to be a robot unicorn attacker? Everest equals Zaku? I don't know Zaku, actually. That was a yawn into a stretch. My apologies. Yeah, so currently we're in an ad, so I'm just, if you're subscribed, I'm so sorry. But I am being chill here for other folks. Because I don't want to continue talking Lancer lore since people seem to enjoy it. Until the ad is up. But I am going to drink some more water. I don't know what I'm going to do. Arrow Mafia boss is almost... Oh, that's incredible. See, y'all are so silly. Y'all are incredibly silly. Whoop whoop. Hell Hydrate. Yeah. Need to watch OG Gundam if you don't know Zaku. I have never watched a mech anime other than like Code Geass. For the longest time, I didn't think of Code Geass as a mech anime. Turns out on a rewatch, yeah, it really is a mech anime. I thought of it primarily as like a supernatural Death Note thriller, like a political thriller. No, it's a mech anime. Which is so silly. Yeah, the Among Us twerk. Witch from Mercury. I yawn right as the ad ends. Well, yes, we are silly, but why do you say this time? I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie. I call people silly all the time. Witch from Mercury is the only Gundam series I've watched, and I only say that because Yuri. Listen, Yuri is pretty pog. What was it? How many of you know about the horse race test, Yuri? Like, there was a meme going around where someone did like a simulation of like a really poorly drawn like horse race, and it was just like little dudes. Wait, do you not know about this? Horse race test? Yeah. Yeah. So it was. So what it is that there are little like dudes. There are little horses running around, and they all look like. Why is this NSFW? This is not NSFW. So they look like this, right? Little horses that look like this, and they go around. Actually, let me grab this. I can just screen share because that is a power I have access to. So, oh gosh. Be gone, ad. So it's a meme where like it's this horse race that you're trying to do, right? And they have to get from this part over here to the carrots, and they just move like DVD logos. And over time, they got more complex maps. There was different horses that did different things, and one of them that my buddy was telling me about is that the orange one apparently is a goat. So like this orange one is apparently a goat and will just absolutely like tear through the competition. It's been given the fan name, I believe, Jolly Merriment is its name. And in one of the races, it got stuck in a corner with the yellow one where it looked like the orange one was giving the yellow one back shots. So it became a huge meme that the orange one and the yellow one were like horse Yuri. And there's anthropomorphic. I don't know if this is stream safe. What is it? Yeah, this piece of art where it's horse Yuri. And they go so hard on it. Jovial merriment, that's what it is. For whatever reason, people decided that they shipped these two horses because of one time they were stuck in a corner together and they gave each other back shots. And it's actually really high quality art. Like, this is actually really good. It's so silly. And I don't know. My buddy was telling me about it, and then he showed me a bunch of memes about it. It was so silly. Awesome lesbian couple versus evil and intimidating horse? No. Yeah, Rory, what's on screen is Lancer. What's on screen is we've been talking about Lancer. You know, the game that you gave up on because you didn't want to play because you hate me. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I was going to play a game of Lancer with I was supposed to say my other friend. I was going to play a game of Lancer with Rory and Neko, and then Rory canceled on me. Also, I meant the me flavored water. Yeah, I don't know. One of my community members made this meme, and I don't know why. I think it's because we established, after bugging me to run it for so long, someone said that my bath water would taste sweet, and then someone else said, no, your bath water would taste like cinnamon. And I don't know why, but that just became a thing. So one of the flavors of Aero soda is Aero bathwater. So if anyone wants to find out, like, we'll see. Is it sweet? Is it spicy? Does it taste like cinnamon? Cinnamon sweet? Oh, like cinnamon sugar? That'd be kind of pog. I do love cinnamon sugar. Like, I've made it very clear. I have cut down on my sugar intake since the top of like 2024. I've kind of just kept it at a lower level just because I've been more conscious of it. But cinnamon sugar is so pog. Like, it's the flavor of cinnamon. It's the flavor of sugar. You can't really go wrong there. Sweet and spicy is great in a pizza sauce. Not sure about soda. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I had a soda for the first time in a while yesterday, and it was like it was like a natural sugar. Like, it was some weird soda where it was like, it was twice the price of a normal soda, but it had like a third as much sugar in it. Because like normally a soda is going to have like 70 to 80% of your daily sugar intake in a single can. This had like under 30%, which is obviously still a lot, but it's like, actually it might have been like under 20%. Which obviously that's still a lot from a single can of a drink, but that's significantly better. So I tried it. I didn't really like it. I would not get it again. But also, I'm at the point where I drink so much water and tea, both of which tea is just flavored water, right? If I drink anything thicker than water, I feel like I need water to wash it down. If I have soda, if I have a lemonade, if I have a smoothie, so my bathwater is just Aero tea. Bathwater is just person tea. I always called it kid soup when I was a child because I was like marinating in a broth. But this is nothing more than hot Aero juice. Wait, no, I should not say hot Aero juice. Goodness gracious. Oh, Rory, you nearly... Rory, so question, Rory. Rory, do you know what the 666 measurement in a guy is? I learned what this was earlier, and I nearly doxed myself. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you about it off stream. No, I said I don't have 2 of 3. Oh, understood. See, this is where my chat starts humble bragging. This is where all my chat's like, yeah, I'm like 2 out of 3. Or you better not hop in here. You better not start talking about your 666. Because like, I had never heard, I may have heard of that before. I didn't know what it was. Like, I could assume, imagine not having 3 of 3. Dog, I do not have the money for that. You have no idea what we're talking about. So what we established earlier is because we were talking about height. We're talking about like if I'm tall or not. Apparently most of my chat is taller than me. Most of my chat is like 185 centimeters or taller. They're like 6'2" or taller. The 666 measurement is generally for a guy. It's 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches. So it's the idea of you're at least 6 feet tall, your income is at least 6 figures, and then intimately, you're at least 6 inches. And then I assume this is like some either tongue-in-cheek or incredibly shallow means of like judging men. And we were talking about this because we were talking about what I fit into with this. What kind of Aero au jus? What kind of sandwich would you dip that in that? I don't know how I feel about being dipped into. What do you mean shallow? It's how you judge me in DMs? I've never used this on you in DMs. I mean, I can. Okay, I have now judged you in DMs. I've now judged Rory because he says that he looks like a 1 out of 3 looking on. Arrow beef dip. Oh gosh. Like arrow height, arrow money, and arrow length. Yeah. Yeah. You want a French dip? Not a French. At the very least, Rory's Canadian. He can't make jokes about that. He's Canadian, he's not French. What about arrow volume? Arrow volume is quiet. Everyone wants me to turn it up to 11, but that's just not happening. You literally make French tips all the time. What the heck is on stream? Nothing. The only thing on stream is my new sponsorship deal, Arrow Soda, lead flavored. May contain traces of ammonium. Chat, how are we thinking about arrow girth? See, the best part is, the other stream, I mentioned offhandedly, like, you know what? If folks are going to ship me or do NSFW, like fan art with me or whatever, I'm at the point where I'm more comfortable with that. I just don't want that to change my relationship with my audience. I don't want that to be the reason anyone is here. I don't want that to be why, or I don't want that to be a core part of the community. I want the core part of the community to be silliness, banning people, TTRPG talk. But I'm comfortable with that being a thing that happens so long as you don't make it weird. I feel like even if I didn't say that, people would still be saying like, what do you think arrow girth is? Yeah, God, who would ship us? You are my relationship with my audience. You know, you really have led the charge on how my audience interacts with me, and it is an awful thing. You should help me with my D&D game. Romans used lead on food. A lot of folks used lead for like silverware or for cutlery, and then they would die because they were consuming like bits of lead. And then what was it? They thought tomato. Wait, didn't a historical figure think tomatoes were poisonous because they were using lead cutlery to eat the tomatoes, and then they died of lead poisoning? Only rich folk use pewter lead to eat tomato. That's what it was. Right, it's because poor folks knew that they were fine because they didn't have pewter lead. That's what it was. Yes. See, Rory gets it. Rory, are you the one who said that like on stream and I'm just repeating information you've already said on stream? Pewter plates and the acid from the tomatoes will lead. Yeah. Okay, that's... See, if you ever want historical fun facts from me, don't listen to Rory. Listen to me instead. Listen, if you want career appropriation, you can go and start writing. You can make actual lore instead of just being like, hey, want to hear about my lore? And then when chat inevitably is like, no, we want cannibalism, you can be like, oh, okay. My lawyer, Neko, will be in touch. I already have bribed Neko. All of those fish I gave him in Terraria, each of those came with strings attached. He accepted. He knew what he was getting into. I have favors for days on him. Ironically, time traveling is something I want to add to my lore. No, not ironically, unironically, you silly. Easier to take the artifacts that way. See, that's the thing. I think it would be so funny if like Rory got lore and like Neko got lore and everyone I'm associated with it got lore and I'm the only one that still doesn't have lore. Because my lore is like, I don't know. When I think of like streamer lore, I think of like J Schlatt. I think of Germa. I think of Doug. I think of weird idiosyncrasies and like in-jokes that build upon one another in the community. But when you talk about VTuber lore, you know what I did? Arrow, what did you do in 98? You'll have to time travel and find out. Arrow lore, the boss, she's a summoner and throws arrow kisses at foes. I throw arrow kissers at the bat. Okay, but have you considered Jay Schlorma? I have not watched Jay Schlatt or Germa. That's my secret. I'm very open about this secret, but it's still a secret because not many people assume. Like, I have seen clips of both of them. I've never sat down and watched them. I actually played Mario Kart 64. Like, I grew up with an N64. So, like, I played Mario Kart and like Mario Kart 64. That's the one I grew up on. I think of like Mario Kart Wii as the new one, which is so wild to me. Like, similarly, I think of like the Wii as a fairly like new console, despite the fact it's retro. The Wii U came out like last year. Mario Kart 64, Pog. Like, I love the GameCube is my favorite console. I grew up on an N64, a GameCube, eventually got a Wii, but like the GameCube, my beloved, which is why I am legitimately tempted to get a Switch 2 so I can emulate GameCube games. The thing is, I have a GameCube like 2 meters behind me, so why get that when I can just play my GameCube? Also, hey, a Carbon. That's another VHive member, for those of you keeping track. Mario Kart Wii is like the Smash Bros. Melee of the series. Is it? Do people go back to Wii? Because like Smash Bros. Melee is the one that a lot of people consider to be the best and will always be the best Smash Bros. Game. I am not a Melee purist. I'm not someone who like only plays Smash Bros. Melee. For the longest time, I only played Melee because, well, actually, so I have siblings. I've mentioned having a sibling before. I have siblings, plural. Fun fact. And for the longest time, literally all we would play on our Wii was Brawl. That is the only game we would play on our Wii for like, I want to say more than 3 years. Because if we wanted to play something else, we just like play it on the GameCube, right? So eventually what happened is that our Wii stopped working and stopped being able to read discs after like 6, 7, 8 years. I think because for multiple years, literally the only game we played, or maybe it was like 90% of all games we played, was just Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And we think that broke our Wii. So once we no longer had a Wii, I played the GameCube. And if I want to play Smash Bros, I would play Smash Bros. Melee because it was before the Switch. And we never had a Wii U. So I have a lot of fun. Like, I also played Smash Bros. 64. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy Smash Bros. 64. Not nearly as good as something like Melee. In terms of Brawl, Subspace Emissary, my beloved, I prefer Melee. I never had Smash Bros. Like Wii U. I played, is Smash Bros. Wii U the one that added like 3DS compatibility, or was that? No, that was the one where it had a 3DS version. 8-player Smash was added in Ultimate. Honestly, I love Ultimate, mostly because it has everyone and it can play up to 8 people. Do you remember how crazy it was? If Smash 4 was trash, I wouldn't know. I played it like a handful of times at other people's places. Ultimate, unironically, I love it. I remember when Ultimate released, and I remember trailers for Ultimate that showed off 8-player Smash. My mind was blown. Unironically. Like, I think people, I'm dating myself so much. Like, you kids these days with your online 64-person lobbies, like, I don't think you know how crazy it was to go from all games probably have 2-player co-op to 4-player party mode. suddenly you can have 8 players. I remember OG Battlefront 2 with 24-person lobbies. I grew up with a friend who had Battlefront 2. Wait, sorry, is that Battlefront or Battlefield 2? I assume you mean Battlefront because you said OG. But Battlefront 2, I had a friend who had, I think, both Battlefront and Battlefront 2. We mostly played Battlefront 2. I loved this game. Just straight up. He never wanted to play it, and I was so sad because I thought it was so cool. Because like he had a PS2, I didn't, and he had Battlefront 2, so I would want to play Battlefront 2, but I didn't want to like push him to play it. And I'm not gonna lie, he was a little bit of a jerk. Like, he wasn't a bad person, I would say. It's just when we were like 6 or like 8 or whatever, he was more concerned with his own enjoyment and fun than the enjoyment of his friend. And I was more concerned with like my friend having a good time than pushing my desires. So generally we would just do whatever he wanted. So we generally rarely played Battlefront 2. Then I learned years later that apparently you can play Battlefront 2 on the computer. And I was like, paw. So then what I did is I watched videos about people playing Battlefront 2, and then eventually I got Battlefront 2 and I played it and I fell in love. Unironically, like, for the longest time, Battlefront 2 was a contender for my favorite game. And its competition was a game called Dragon Shard, which was a D&D Eberron RTS, where you build an army and you fight other armies in the D&D Eberron setting, and you can play as the Order of the Flame, which was like humans, like good aligned creatures. You could play as the Lizard Folk, or you could play not in the campaign, but in skirmish modes as the Umbergen, which is basically Drow, right? And this, in addition to games like Eye of the Beholder, these are what radicalized me into a D&D enthusiast, right? Video games got me into TTRPGs. And I have now made peace with the fact that neither of these are amazing games. So I say that these are my favorite games growing up, and they fulfill different enough niches that I'm comfortable saying that I love them both equally in different ways. Because like Battlefront 2 helped get me into Star Wars, Dragon Shard helped get me into D&D, Battlefront 2 was a third-person shooter. I didn't know it had an FPS mode until I played on computer. Dragon Shard was an RTS, also an RPG. So like I loved both of these. Dragon Shard is Wait, Rory, do you know Dragon Shard? Wait, Rory, do you know Dragon Shard, or do you know Dragon Shards from Eberron? Oh my gosh. Man. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. I played a ton of retro games as your mom was a game dev and she would buy stuff to look at ideas. Rory, I have never encountered literally anyone who knew what Dragon Shard was. Outside of like a single review I saw of it online. Rory. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. Aside from when I call at 2 a.m. because you're busy complaining to me about how I never talk to you, about how I never call, how you're begging me to call you more, to talk to you, and then you hang up on me abruptly. Oh my gosh, like, I love Dragon Shard so much. Begging for phone calls, oh my. Exactly. Honestly, I would say he's not the only one. He's the only one who has actually begged me for a phone call. Why am I looking in the Discord? Oh, is it because... Wait. Stunov. This is incredible. Whoop. Sorry. Wait. This is so good. I love this. I'm just trying to make you look desperate. Honey, you're desperate whether I make you look it or not. Wait, Stunov, this is incredible. Unironically. Like, not just the arrow kisser in the background leaning over my shoulder, like whispering in my ear, but also like the suit that I have on, my like vacant expression as I'm just like, you made a big mistake. Wait, no, I love this so much. We found our summoner. We found our Terraria summoner. Oh my god, Stunov, you're killing it on the art recently. I must say, you've been absolutely fantastic with the art. You see, Maddie got so excited she became soup. It's like in that one scene in Finding Nemo where she's like, "Stop! You guys made me ink. Stop! You guys made me become soup." Yeah, it's a scene from the first Godfather. No, that's what I gathered. Yeah. Honestly, if I can get to the state where my chat, I was gonna say, where my chat can commit organized crime effectively, I don't think that I should be supporting that outside of like in Minecraft, you know? But that would be very funny if like I actually got to the point where I can tell people I'm gonna make you an offer you can't. Wouldn't it be so funny? I've had this idea since before I started streaming, of the idea of I send an emissary to folks I'm going to raid, and we basically give them an ultimatum. So like before I raid, I'm like, okay, Coid, go over to Rory's chat and tell him like Arrow's gonna raid you. Like, are you accepting this, or like should we be prepared to fight? And then what we could do is that instead of having it be like a royal emissary of like a noble, it could be like you're a mafioso. It's like, oi, the boss is gonna raid you. That'd be so silly. Hello, Waffle Cat. Waffle Cat, yay! Oh my gosh, I'm still not over this. This is insane. Anytime I get art, whether high quality or low quality, whether quick or slow, whether referencing a meme or just like being an original work, I'm always just like so embarrassed. But so thank you very much. I will sip on my lead flavored Arrow soda for you. There. I have now drank my lead. Goodness gracious. This is... So question. I commented before about having a rotation of arrow kissers in the pause screen. Which I have a question. I have some folks that have come in the last like couple weeks. Does anyone here not know what an arrow kisser is? Does anyone here not know what the little chat representation is of an arrow kisser? Because... Hey, don't worry, I like making stuff like this for fun. You don't know what an arrow kisser is? Rory, I literally told you about this. It's the official fan name, the arrow kissers. They're little like squiggles of void. They're little black blobs, and they have guns. And that's my community. These are my community members. For the chat liaison representative thing, I'm just imagining how like of course you think of Fallout New Vegas. I know what you are. God, they have the Second Amendment. Listen, in this chat, we have all the amendments that matter. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Also, like the 13th, 14th, and 15th. Those are pretty important. 19th. But yeah, like the ability to like not have mods quarter in your home. No, you're legally obligated to let a mod crash at your house if you're in this community. I'm so sorry. The ones who yell, the Caesar has marked you for death, and the Legion obeys. Oh, the Kaiser has marked you for death, and the Legion obeys. Ready yourself for battle. I mean, that's kind of what I want it to be, right? I want it to be, I just send over like Maddie. You get sent over to Neko's chat before I raid him, and it's just like, hey boss, it's the bat, blast them. And then suddenly we just raid them, and we all just start like, bah, 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 bah. Yeah, I need a place to stay, thanks. See, I got you, Maddie. See, some people in the community might be homeless. And I that's a very serious issue. That's a very serious thing to like consider, be aware of, be respectful of. So what I want this community to be home full. If you got a place to crash, you should be able to crash at another Arrow Kisser's house. That's all I'm thinking, right? Like, listen, oh man, like I'm between jobs, like I have money, I just like don't have proof of income, so like I just need like a couple weeks to get back on my feet. Like, no problem. You can just get lodging in another community member's home. However, you will have to perform goods and or services for them, such as disposing of bodies, such as cleanup detail. It's nothing untoward. It is simply business. Goodness gracious. Though, I will say, with the Arrow Kisser thing, like, I do find it funny that particularly in VTubing circles, they have different names for different delineations of their community. So like their fans are one thing, and then their like YouTube members are another, and their Discord is a third. So pretty solidly, I think it's Arrow Kissers, Goons for like Twitch, because I don't really have members, and then the Union. Like, we kind of organically and accidentally came up with all of these names, which I far prefer. Meow. Making that soup. Exactly. If an Arrow Kisser wants to crash in my home, I'll just go, you got it, the boss got some odd jobs for you. Arrow Kissists? What does that mean? But it's really funny to me that, like, so many, like, in VTubing culture in particular, it's like, hey, so my fan name is the X, and my membership, you're Y, and if you're on Discord, that's what we call the Zs. And then it's just like, nah, I didn't do any of that. It just kind of organically evolved that if you're on the Discord, you're a member of the Union. If you're a fan, you're an Arrow Kisser. If you're in Twitch chat, you're one of my goons, and I'm the boss. Oh, Exorcist. Exorcist? Exerocist? No idea. Okay, but who would win? One ogre or 100 Arrow Kissers? The Arrow Kissers get guns, but the ogre is like an ogre from Cain, so it's a sin, and means that it's resistant to non-magical weapon damage. Which, speaking of, non-magical weapon damage. This is something that a friend in high school came up with that I've used ever since. And I think that I might have come up with it with him. Maybe he came up with it, whatever. But you know how in D&D, so many things say like resistance to non-magical slashing, bludgeoning, piercing damage. That's like 3 lines of text that you can just say resistance to non-magical weapon damage. Which I also just had the thought, a lot of creatures have resistance or immunity to non-magical weapon damage, but they don't have immunity or resistance to non-magical other means of damage. So if I stab you with a torch, that deals 1 fire damage. If I spill oil on you and I light a match, that deals fire damage. If I throw acid on you, that does acid damage. Like, a werewolf is not immune to that. So theoretically, a poison damage is not. So theoretically, you could fight and kill a really high level creature using mundane poisons, fire, acid. If you spill oil on me and it starts to rain, I'll just fly. That's a meme I haven't heard in a while. Is non-magical psychic damage just a headache? Non-magical psychic damage is what I inflict upon you every time you tune into one of my streams, and anytime I say hair is skin, bone is flesh. Meanwhile, poison damage is what happens when you drink lead-flavored Aero soda, because I'm not gonna lie, this is not healthy for you. However, it does taste quite good. Psychic damage is sin damage? Yeah. I imagine we'd be fighting the ogre like the Imperial Guard, so we'd kill it, just more of us will not make it. Exactly. I am a dirty traitor. I'm a heretic. If you need to know my allegiance, Hydra Dominatus. It should not come as a surprise that the very silly, goofy, like, planning 6 steps ahead, all according to Kaikaku faction, is the faction I love, particularly when I rant so much about how much I love Horus in Lancer. Like, even in Zactac, the videos, like, the content creator who got me into Lancer, like, he makes the comparison of, like, if you like the Alpha Legion, you'll like Horus. And I'm like, say less. Despite this, I really do treat my community like the Guard. Some of you may die, and that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. We have reserves. Hair is bone? Huh. Is hair bone? I don't think hair is bone. Hair is nail. Nail is flesh. Flesh is skin. Fingernails are hair. So we're Trader God. Oh my god. So I have Tyranids. I played and really enjoyed Chaos Space Marines. I really want to make a Trader Guard faction. I think it would be so much fun to just play Guard. You were supposed to be a hero, Brian. Hero, Brian. I like the sound of that. Oh, you like it when Planet rains snakes? I do. I love it when Planet rains snakes. And then I steal your snake. I steal your psychers like a sneaky little thief. I want to make a Trader Guard faction, which is literally just the Guard. Like, I play Guard rules because in CSM, there are cultists and there are also like Trader Guard. But even if I go like really hard into artillery, I don't actually know if I would have 2k points. Like, maybe I could play CSM like Combat Patrol Trader Guard. But I'm thinking I would want to play like Guard. But I just like paint them Trader. And I flavor them as Trader. Right? Because I think that would be fun. Which I wish there was rules for Trader Guard, but at the same time, Because I don't think Trader Guard are battle line in 10th. So I think I would be able to have 6 cultists, 3 guard, 3 Trader enforcers, which are leader characters. I mean, and then I could do like 6 rhinos. I could have like some artillery. And then that would kind of like be the flavor of like, because then like I have meat shields, I have some actually honestly, Trader Guard are not competent in range, but like, so my main frame of reference in playing 40k is playing against, Arrow, Farius, and Omegaron. Oh my gosh. My main frame of reference in playing 40k is I played against a gaming group that had Blood Angels, that had Ultramarines, which then he swapped out for K-Suns. That same guy played with a friend's Death Guard and Orcs. So my frame of reference for playing 40k is me playing as Tyranids who have 0 AP against every single army that only has 3+ saves except for Orcs, and the Orcs generally have 5 toughness, so my strength wasn't high enough anyway. I played against like the worst matchup as Tyranids for so long. The red gods go faster. You can make them look like something out of Trench. I want to play Trench Crusade. And I have that friend I was just mentioning. I haven't played 40k with him in probably like 10-ish months. So like I could hit him up and be like, hey, 40k is super hard to plan. Want to play Trench Crusade? We can just use 40k models. And he would probably be like, heck yeah. If I was to play Trench Crusade, I would probably... I mean, I have to do Heretics. They have a nuke witch. Who here doesn't know what Trench Crusade is? Let me ask you that. Who here does not know what Trench Crusade? So like Koi doesn't know what Trench Crusade is. So Trench Crusade is a new, like released within the past like 2 years war game a la 40k, except instead of armies, it's skirmishes. So instead of having 2,000 points where like a fairly elite army is still going to have like 50 models on the board, you play a game where if you have more than 10 models, that is considered a lot. So you might have one player who has like 8 models and one player who has like 12 models, and this would be considered like a big game because it's skirmishes. The lore of Trench Crusade is that back at the very first crusade, the Crusaders reached Jerusalem, and then because they were impure and had darkness in their hearts, they made a deal with the devil and opened a portal to hell in the Holy Land that effectively was like in 40k if someone opened a warp portal. So suddenly demons and hellspawn and creatures of the night are spilling out of the Holy Land, and this is in like I think it's either like the 11th century or it's like in the 1100s. It's like 12th century. The game takes... I've talked about this on stream before. This takes place in 1914. 800 years after this portal to hell was opened, and the entire old world has been devoted to fighting against and stemming the tide of hell. So you have people who are called trench pilgrims, where it'll be like, I'm just a random French peasant, and suddenly I get a vision from God that says I need to go fight on the front lines and stem the tide of hell. So I will drop my life, I will leave behind my family, I will stop whatever I was doing, I will travel to the Holy Land, and I will pick up a like breech loading rifle, a bayonet. I will undergo like 2 weeks of training, and then I will go to the front lines where I get into a trench and I enact the holy word of God, which is be gone thought. That is the holy word of God in Trench Crusade. There is New Antioch, which is effectively the new seat of the papacy, and is where if trench pilgrims are your like conscripts who are just like guided by my faith, I go to the front lines and I'll fight against the forces of hell. New Antioch is your standing army. New Antioch is, I am someone who since the time I was 4 years old knew I was going to die at the hands of a traitor, but I will do so in the light of the divine, right? And it's super grimdark. It is super like heavy metal. There's wild stuff that goes on in it. Like one of the heretic units that you can field is a witch who opens portals to hell, where she will grab a nuke from it and throw a nuke, like launch it at the battlefield to explode and deal massive damage, and then she will open another portal to grab another nuke. So the factories and foundries of hell are always working. So there will never be a point in time where this hell witch runs out of nukes. It is the epitome of, wait, what is it? Let me look this up. Trench Crusade Nuke Witch. Oh, sorry. Her name is the Artillery Witch. And this is her art. Straight up, she is telepathically summoning nukes inscribed with infernal and arcane sigils that she then lobs across the battlefield to detonate on contact, demolishing the enemy, and then just makes another one. She ain't even holding that thing. There is like a 4-inch to 6-inch gap between her hand and the nuke because she is badass like that. There are also, I can't remember what this is called. This is... what is called? Dang it. This is not what I wanted. I'm so sorry. I can't remember what this is called. I'm trying to look for it. It's not the Artillery Witch. There's another creature. So this is on the good side. This is on the good boy side. This is I can't remember the name of this. Do you see how big this dude is? And how large the gun is in comparison to the dude who, this is a normal person. This is an anti-tank sniper rifle. This is a creature, this is a person who consumed the blood of a clone of Jesus Christ and became a super soldier who then has a anti-snake, anti-tank, armor-piercing sniper rifle. And they are blind, using the power of faith to guide their shots from dozens of meters away. And this dude, their entire job is to provide blessed ammunition that is inscribed with like holy symbols to break through infernal shields and barriers. You're a Sultanate of the Iron Wall player. They're so dope. I know nothing about them. So the Trench Pilgrims, those are like Catholic. Those are like Western Christian inspired. New Antioch, obviously with the papacy, again, like Catholic. The Sultanate of the Iron Wall is like caliphates, like Muslim caliphates, like the basically the Muslim world, Middle East area. They also have a different response to the forces of hell. I'm not super knowledgeable on them, so I can't really speak on them. But effectively, in the same way that hell is real, and if you worship hell, you get hell powers. And if you worship the Catholic God, you get Catholic God powers. If you worship the Muslim God, and you are devout in that realm of religion and you utilize that as a force against hell, you also get super special powers. So it's one of those things where it's unclear if it's like the Abrahamic deity is real or not, or if it's just like faith is what gives you your power. But it is something where like multiple different world religions are coming together to fight against hell. I think even like, despite the fact that they don't have like a faction, I think like the Jewish golem is referenced as a protector of the faith in this setting, because no matter what faith you're a part of, everyone can agree you're better than the Hellspawn, right? So it's, even though this is like the 1100s where it started, Christianity never really had consistent conflict with Muslim faiths or Eastern faiths, because everyone can agree, I think you're worshiping the wrong God. I think you're a pagan. I think you're a heretic. I think you're whatever. You're still a human and you're still killing the Hellspawn. The enemy of my enemy is sometimes my friend. I wonder how the Mongols win in that universe. To be fair, both gods are... That's what I'm saying. Is I don't know if it's the Abrahamic god is like real in the setting, because I've only heard about Abrahamic faiths having power in this. I don't know if like a Taoist or a Buddhist, for instance, would have power in this setting, which I think would be super interesting to explore. I think what the writers and what the universe wants to explore is Christianity, because I am not super knowledgeable in this. I'm not super knowledgeable in the setting, but from what I'm aware, apparently a lot of the lore and mechanics of the game reference stuff that only if you're like really deep into Catholicism specifically, like traditional Western European Catholicism, you're going to understand, which means that the people involved in the writing probably have that as a background and find that interesting and want to explore it. Which obviously there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from your real life and bringing that into a setting. I just think that, especially when it comes to like religion or nations, people are more inclined to be like, well, what about this other one? What about my experiences? And then the writers a lot of the time are going to be like, well, they're not my experiences, so I can't speak to that effectively. And a lot of people are going to be upset by that. A lot of other people are going to be like, you know what? I respect that. I would rather you not do what you think is cool for my faith and instead let the experts handle it. But I think a very valid critique of that is, well, then why don't you bring on people who are knowledgeable about that? And then that's where you get into, when I think of this, I think of it as the critical role problem. I think of it as the critical role problem, because in Critical Role, it is a cast of friends who started playing, well, Pathfinder, and then they went into a D&D game that they started streaming. Now they are the most popular, or one of the most popular actual plays. They've been criticized for their lack of diversity. I think, given by the fact that all of them are white, cis, and I think most of them are straight, but some of them are like bi. All of them are at the very least like, I guess, I don't know, like straight passing. I think that is a criticism that is not baseless. That being said, they're friends, first and foremost. And I think it's kind of dumb to say, hey, this group you have, which all of the viewers love because they're seeing a friend group of professional actors who all know and love each other, being able to bounce off of each other like this. If you try to force other people into that, suddenly that not only ruins the dynamic, that's also getting in the way of these people's friendships, which is just odd to me. And to Critical Role's credit, they've gone out of their way to include other individuals, whether it's Robbie Daymond or Erika Ishii, not just for like one-off appearances like they were in like season 1 and I think even season 2, there was mostly one-off appearances. In season 3, campaign 3, they went out of their way to have long-standing additional player characters. Robbie Daymond played in campaign 3 for like 8 episodes. Erika Ishii played in campaign 3 for like 6 to 10 episodes or whatever. Like, these are characters who were a part of the cast for longer than just a one-off appearance or two, and who, what do you know, they're friends of the cast first and foremost, who also are other ethnicities, who are other gender expressions, who are blah, 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 blah. So that's where you get into the situation of like, in something like Trench Crusade, where it's, I presume, I don't know the creators being people who are like, we have a Catholic background, we want to bring Catholicism to the forefront of this game because we are subject matter experts, we know what we're talking about, we think it's super interesting. Yes, it does make sense to point out the fact that you're kind of lacking in other aspects of the world, but also you're trying to then impose your external views on the creative project of someone who's doing this as a passion project. And you say that they consulted Islamic scholars for the game. Again, I'm not knowledgeable on the Sultanate of the Iron Wall, so I don't know how good it is. So I'm not saying that they haven't done this. I'm not saying that they're bad at this. I'm just saying it's a very similar argument. I see. Is you were raised Protestant, but you've lived around extremely Catholic people, you've discussed with them and read some Thomas Aquinas? Strictly speaking, I have read Thomas Aquinas, but that was like in philosophy, not theology. Well, would you look at that? We're in the middle of a raid, so I'm going to shout out After Crash. Well, hello, After Crash. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? I hope you've been enjoying. Yep, you know how this works, chat. We love this. Welcome on in, everyone. I am Arrow Writes. I am primarily a TTRPG YouTuber. I primarily produce YouTube content. But here on stream, we do variety gaming. Today, the plan was to do game development because we're coding a visual novel. I have been yapping for 3 hours, so we'll see how much the game dev goes. But welcome on in, everyone. After Crash, were you doing Pokemon? Or were you playing Valorant? Because I know that you've been playing Valorant recently, or you tried it out recently. So I'm not actually sure what you're up to. I didn't get a chance to see, but welcome on in, everyone. Right now, we're just currently waiting on an ad. We got like a minute left. You tested on Pokemon TCG? Awesome. How did that go? Because I've heard great things about the new Pokemon TCG, like the digital TCG. I have not gone into it whatsoever. I have avoided it. I'm not a Pokemon TCG gamer, but I know you are. Because for those of you who don't know, After Crash is like cream of the crop Pokemon TCG gamer, streamer here on Twitch, virtual YouTuber with like a Splatoon styled model. But last I checked, you were top 1K. I don't know if you've advanced since. Puck is great, live sucks. Yeah, that's how it goes. But all is well when it comes to Pokemon TCG gaming. I'll stick to my Magic the Gathering, even though I haven't played Magic in weeks at this point, which I really should. I really enjoy Magic. I just have so many other things to do. That was last season, you're top 2K right now? Well, okay. I'm not even in the top 90th percentile. I have not played Magic in so long. I'm not gonna lie. Although, welcome back from the ad, everyone. If you're a new viewer and you're a raider and you have no idea why you just got timed out, feel free to redeem Become Soup. That'll answer your question. If you become Soup, that will just reveal everything. But yeah, so in the ad, I was just saying that After Crash is another VTuber generally Splatoon inspired in their model, and I know that they play a ton of Pokemon TCG. They were top 1K last season, they're top 2K right now. Playing Valorant recently. You had to force yourself to stop playing Magic because I felt like I was getting close to developing a gambling addiction from the packs. I have not played paper Magic in quite a while. I have played... Oh god, I just realized... Also, I just want to be so real since last time your voice is so pretty. Thank you. This is what happens when I talk for 3 hours. Like, my voice drops a bit when I talk for 3 hours because I'm a yapper. I can't shut up. So as I make an active effort to increase my vocal register, I can talk somewhere up like this for a little bit of time, but then the longer I talk, the lower down it goes to more comfortable and comfortable. And then suddenly I have kind of like a lower upper register, oddly enough. Voice training be darned, it's exhausting for so long. That's why I stream for 8 hours a day. I stream for 8 hours twice a week, and I have had to learn how to just cope and see. I drink a lot of water. It's great practice because before then I really was not speaking that much. And when I really want to go up really high, I have a little bit of breathiness, and I can't actually maintain this for that long. And this also isn't that high because my voice is fatigued from talking for 3 hours. But when I'm doing a short, I can just start off right up here, and then I can keep going. And I just have to keep up that little bit of an up talk, so to speak. And I can go for a minute and a half. That's all I need to record. Done, done, done. Aether Revolt was the last time I spent money on cards. So with Magic, also, I'm going to change my theme because we've had this for a couple hours. But with Magic, I have not played paper Magic in years at this point. It's been a couple years. But I've been playing Arena, which is the digital version. So on Magic the Gathering Arena, it's one of those things where it has like 2 currencies. It has like gold, which you earn over time, and gems, which is like you have to buy. I spend no money because I am miserly. That if you know 2 things about me, it's that I'm a creative who is obsessed with like TTRPG storytelling and writing, and I'm miserly. I was gonna say that's the first thing you should know about me, but nah, I feel like the fact that I'm like a writer, game dev, TTRPG enthusiast, that all kind of comes first. And then the fact that I hate spending money is like really high up there second. But so I do it completely free, and you get these things called wild cards. Wild cards are effectively, when you open packs, you get contributions towards wild cards of different rarities. The idea being is that in real life, you can trade cards with someone. So the wild card is the idea of on the virtual arena, you can't trade cards. However, you can do wild packs, which is you choose a card, you spend a wild card of the same rarity. So if it's an ultra rare like mythic, you have to spend a mythic wild card. But if it's a common, you can spend a common wild card. So then you just get that added to your collection. I have spent like 4 wild cards across the years I've been playing Magic the Gathering Arena. I spent like $80 the first time you played Arena, so I forced myself to uninstall it. I have a problem. I got to stay away from gacha games for a reason. Then it's just card game, not a TCG. Yeah. I mean, Magic is a TCG. Magic the Gathering Arena is a CG. Like, I think Hearthstone is not a TCG. Magic the Gathering is a TCG. But speaking of gacha, like, what is it? Is it Limbus Company? That's been one that's like free that I've had my eye on for a while, but it has like 2 predecessors that I want to play first. So I don't play gacha games. The only gacha game, like the only real gacha game I've ever played was Fire Emblem Heroes. Back when it first came out, like 8 years ago. I then uninstalled it after like a couple weeks or months because I just didn't enjoy it that much. I played it on and off for a while. And that let me learn a bit more about different Fire Emblem characters from games I hadn't played yet. Like Olivia, my beloved. I have never played the game that Olivia is from. However, in Fire Emblem Heroes, she's one of the first characters you get, and as a dancer, she refreshes the moves of your other characters. She is fantastic. We love her. But I have never really played a gacha game. I never got into Hoyoverse. I don't consider a TCG a gacha game. And when I play gacha games, I don't spend money. Again, the whole miserly thing. So I think it'd be really interesting to play a gacha game where I don't spend it, like I'm completely free to play. The issue is I would need a gacha game that you can do that. I think the Hoyoverse games I've heard are not very free to play friendly. From what I'm aware, it depends on the game, but like not all of them are. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to spend 100 hours grinding through like Genshin Impact or like 80 hours playing Honkai Star Rail because I don't know how much it would interest me. I've watched some Honkai Star Rail. I've watched a streamer who I really like play it. But aside from that, nah. I never really got into it. Everybody hit us with that Ligma company. Listen, if you're licking your company, I have some bad news for you. Like, gosh. Also, I didn't share this earlier. However, this is what Driver drew. So we have Stunov, who did An Offer You Can't Refuse. We have Driver, who drew me Murza Mafioso. Also, can I just say, I love the fact all of you are drawing me in suits. Because, like, I don't know. I'm not binary. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm a little bit more femme presenting. I think when it comes to formality, I would wear a suit or like an off suit. Because I think you can rock a suit no matter what gender you are. And I think that, like, androgyny in a suit is so good looking. So the fact that I'm like a mafia boss in a suit is incredibly pog. Like, and look, even the little arrow kissers, like with their little revolvers and like one around the car, it's so good. Y'all are, and like there's paint in the background, it looks like. I have no idea why. Is that because of lead? You can rock a dress no matter your gender too if you're not. That is also true. However, I feel like it's easier to look good in a suit than it is to look good in a dress, regardless of what gender you are. Because a suit, a well-fitted suit, is just your normal silhouette, but fancy. A dress changes your silhouette, whether because it's a big poofy ball gown or because it's like a super tight like mini dress or because it's like super like ribbony or frilly. A dress changes your silhouette. A suit enhances your silhouette. That's what I'm getting at. He drew you during the dirty work to set an example. Exactly. Listen, I would not ask my community to do something that I would not do. That's why coding a visual novel, I don't know. I feel like I'm on a roll with yapping, but I do need to rest my voice. It has been quite a while since we have had a proper, actual, legitimate coding stream. It is 14 minutes past the hour. So I have like 45 minutes before the next ad break. I could code for a bit. We can see how we're feeling. Maybe we code for like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours even, and then we like swap over to blueprints. Maybe we play Balatro. Maybe we just code for the next 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to go full 8 hours today. I think Tuesdays, because I start an hour later, generally I want to end an hour sooner, so I'll only go until like 6-7 hours. So we're at like the halfway point just about. So I think now's as good a time as I need to code. Who here has no idea what we're looking at? Who here has no idea what this visual novel is, what we're coding, and what we're doing. Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel like people have joined since we started, and then it was a couple weeks of us not doing this. So I would not be surprised if anyone was just confused on what we're doing. You forgot that's what we were supposed to be doing? Yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh gosh, I'm kind of hungry, but I think I can wait 45 minutes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start this up. We're going to launch this project. And what I want you to do is I want you to, not you. There we go. What I want you to do is we're going to run through this game real quick. So what does the name of your friends call you? Chat. Would you like to play the tutorial? That's all we have done so far. Yes. So the game starts where one of the players, player 2, says, come on, he literally said, what are you going to do? Stab me. That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. Player 4 says, well, player 2 has a point. All right. Hey, Firebird, welcome on in. Let's not spam the Purge the Week too much unless there's a special event going. Though it is fun to announce yourself with a single or 2 Purge the Weeks. Player 3 says, it doesn't matter if he has a point it doesn't matter if he has a point or not when he has a body count. Player 5 says, well, we all have body counts. It's not that all of us have a warrant out for our arrests. Player 2 says, I don't have that yet, so you helping me move this body or not? Player 3 says, I don't think you should have killed him to begin with. Player 4 chimes in and says, well, player 2 did, so we just kind of got to roll with that. Player 1 mentions, I can summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body. Player 2 says, you sure? I thought you were tapped. Player 1 says, a lesser highborn is at will if I don't control it. It might just steal the body if we leave it alone. Player 3 says, that sounds like a terrible plan. Player 5 says, it's a terrible plan for a terrible situation. I'd say that's a match made in heaven, or the high plane in this case. That sounds more like more trouble than it's worth. Well, you're one to talk about trouble. At least I'm trying to clean up my mess without making a scene. Since the deed is done, I can at least help with that. Player 2 looks across the table to player 6. You think this is a bad plan, right? As attention shifts to player 6, they give a non-committal shrug. I think we just need to get this body hidden. Anyway works. This table seems split on the decision. Everyone is on board with hiding the body, but they disagree on how to go about it. Player 1 and player 5 think the best course of action is for player 1 to summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body in a natural way. Player 2 and player 3 are of the opinion that hiding the body using mundane means would be the least risky. Enjoy, Sunav, go study. Player 4 and player 6 don't seem to have strong opinions. How do you want to handle this division in the party? So now this is where we get a decision of, as the DM, as the storyteller, we get to decide how are we going to interact with the party disagreeing with itself and arguing and planning and plotting. So what I think, we already have all of these written out. The goal is that what decision you make is going to influence the mood of all of the characters involved, as well as what style of GM you are. Because if you sit back and let them do it, then you're a different style of GM than if you're an active participant and putting pressure on them. So for instance, if we put pressure on the party, the best way to have the decision reached is to force its hand. Therefore, it's time to ratchet up the tension. As you're discussing this, presumably you're keeping quiet? Yeah, we're whispering in the shadows nearby. As you whisper argue, you hear footsteps from around the corner. The flickering of torchlight licks the shadow's edge and is accompanied by the jingling of chainmail. A guard? Exactly. A guard is patrolling the streets, no more than 10 meters from you. A building hides you from their sight, but they're getting closer. Can we tell which house they're from? Not yet, but if you wait a few seconds, they'll enter your line of sight. Won't that mean they can see the body? If they're paying attention, yeah. Screw the highborn plan, we gotta hide this now. Already on it. I rush forward and drag the body further into the alley. Let the specialist handle it. I know P6 has some sort of stealth ability. Okay, just do it quickly. I use my tier 1 low caster ability to move silently and drag the body in shadows. Player 6 rolls a pair of d6s to see if they take damage from activating their ability. A 7, 1 off. It's only 1 less than 8, so it's only 1 point of damage. You're fine. How are you feeling? Well, if I rolled Snake Eyes, I'd be down and out, so I'm better than I could have been. Either way, your ability activates and you're now moving silently. So that is, we give them a point of serious. So now, everyone who likes a serious game increased in mood. Anyone who doesn't like a serious game decreased in mood because this was treating the situation seriously, playing a serious game of D&D. Player 6 approaches the body. You built your character to be a stealth machine, right? Correct? And you tanked your strength to do so, right? The body feels like a rock. Not just that, it's heavy, but the guy has stone skin and metal armor on top of that. I sneak back to the group and whisper, "Character 2, how did you even kill him?" "Stabbed him?" "Okay, well, he's not moving." "I can help out. You get the legs, I'll get the arms. I'll support where needed." "Okay, since you're all specialists, you can do this quietly, quickly, and without too much fuss. Where are you stowing it?" "Sewer?" "Nah, the Thieves Guild would have questions. Hide it in a dumpster." "And the Thieves Guild won't find it there?" "Shush, you're not involved. But yeah, what he said. Just trust me." "Fine." You stow the body in a dumpster with a soft but audible thud, cushioned by refuse. "Are you doing anything special?" "You mentioned the sewers are from before the town was settled." "Yes?" Player 3 just shakes her head. She seems to know where Player 4's antics head. The town doesn't have any sort of public sanitation, at least not on the same level as the major city. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume no one will check the dumpster until we're gone. I don't know if that logic checks out, but sure. The body's hidden well enough and you return to the group in the alley. Now that the body's safely hidden, the guard continues along their path. Even with their lazy gait, they seem alert and ready. Can we see their house now? Yeah, you see their pauldron is wrapped in the red and blue cloth of the Malkas. Player 5 lets out a whistle. Glad we didn't get spotted by them. With a tap on your phone, you notice the time is 20 minutes past when you said you'd wrap up. Unless you had something specific you wanted to do, I think we wrap up there for this week. I know folks wanted to end on the hour, sorry about that. No, I think it's good. I think we're good to wrap up there. End of session 0. If you're seeing this, you didn't really set the values, you goof, and then that's the end of the game. So. A serious game of copyright-free fantasy RPG number 12, you mean? I actually mean Dungeon the Dragoning 7th edition 40k. The novel is from the POV of the GM and you're trying to keep all the players happy? Exactly. We are making a visual novel where you are the GM in a group playing like off-brand D&D or some fantasy TTRPG. And the goal is you want to keep your players happy and basically not piss them off. The goal is how can you navigate the social relationships of a friend group that you are a new member of as their GM. So for anyone who this was their first exposure to the TTRPG, for anyone who this was their first exposure to the visual novel, how confusing was that? How lost are you in terms of how many people are in the group? What characters are there? Who am I? Like, because Carbon, you just gave out a very simple but effective descriptor. You are a GM running for a group. You're trying to keep your players happy. But I need to know, did I write this in such a way that you have no idea what's happening? Because that would not be very cash money. That would not be very pog. So now what I do is... So all of the players have different moods, and all of them have different interests. So if a given character is interested in serious games, the fact we just played a serious game will make them all have a higher mood. So, call week 1, we start week 1. Week 1 is over here. We call, so this is week 0, the tutorial. We want to open up week 0. So this is all the intro conversation. This is the choice of what we're doing. And then after all of this, end of session 0, then we have a special end of session conversation with the player 3. Because the goal of this is that player 3 was the old GM of the group who you are GMing to allow her to play. The goal And then at the end of every session where you're trying to impact how happy people are, you're trying to keep the group happy, you're trying to run the game in a certain way, you have the chance to interact with one character privately after every session. With the idea being is that this gaming group has a tradition where one player helps the GM clean up after every session, which in visual novel terms, in like dating sim terms, in character interaction terms, is you privately being able to chat with them and you choosing, hey, player 2, can you help me clean up today? Player 2 will be like, yeah, sure, all right. And then everyone else leaves. You have a private conversation with player 2 as you put away all the minis, as you clean up, as you do blah, blah, blah. I saw there was 6 people from the labels. I confer the party was in an urban environment, killed a guy, and we're trying to dispose body. That's all the context you have. Awesome. So it's good that you could pick up on that, because that means that I am not awful at writing. I might not be a fantastic writer. However, that means that the major points I wanted to get across were gotten across. So I think what we do is, this is now the after session with player 3. I think instead of including all of this in under week 0, I think we make a new label for label week 0 after session, where we call week 0 after session from week 0 what is week 0 multiple choice, week 0 sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to do RenPy, because the thing is, in RenPy you can call one function from another, and that is basically you jump to it, but you have the option of returning later if you so choose. But you have to distinguish from, because if I upload this online and then I make an update and I upload a new version that you try to download and play, it will not save where you called from unless I add from blah, blah, blah. Right? So from week 0 after session call. Yes. So in here, so this is, I think we're good to wrap up there. So this is where we'll go P3. So this will be player 1. So who's staying after? What? Say P3. Oh, right. In our group, it's a tradition for one player to stay after the session to help clean up. To help the GM clean up. I'll do it this week. I thought, and then I think like player 2 would be like, here, I thought, how about player 1 says that. Player 2, because all of them have distinguished personalities. And something I will say, after I finish the after session conversation with player 3 today, that will be the entire week 0 block. And that is where I'll have to make the decision. Do I want to continue streaming this? Because it's kind of inconvenient to stream this, because I don't know how interested folks are. I don't know how much folks care about what is effectively like being a study buddy, what is effectively like body doubling. Because in this, you can contribute, you can tell me what you want to happen, but at the end of the day, it's really just kind of me adding in text. I'm effectively writing prose. This isn't very mechanics heavy because it's a visual novel. So I could take this off stream. However, then I would have to deal with it off stream, which means that I'll have to spend time and energy off stream, which I already don't have a time off stream for other things. I don't have time off stream to do all of my video editing stuff. So I don't know if I'd even manage that. So I have to continue worrying about this. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to finish writing up this. So who's staying after? What? All right. In our group, I don't even think you need an all right. So it's in our group. It's a tradition for one player to stay after the session to help the GM clean up. I'll do it this week. So we can double as a debrief. Here I thought we were escaping that little chore. So I think this is where it is. Again, we're treating this first draft mentality. The goal here is not make the perfect story right off the bat. The goal here is make something coherent, make something interesting, make something that we can edit later. We don't want to go crazy. We don't want to go stupid. We want this to just be fine. So what we're going to do, so it would be, I think it would be P3's insistence. Everyone else winds down and grabs their things to go. Thank user said, and I player season assistance. Everyone else winds down and grabs things to go. The group really appreciated you stepping up to run for them and are excited for next week. Because I think no matter what choice you make, you can't really make a bad decision at this point. This is the tutorial. This is the explanation. This is you made one choice and maybe a second choice. So you're not really in a situation for folks to get upset at you. So I think once everyone heads out, once everyone is gone, P3 looks to you with a smile. So how was it? First session for a group of strangers? Yeah, you don't want to punish players, but yeah, exactly. I don't want to be like, oh, you chose that you wanted to have complications for the group. Well, obviously you shouldn't have done that. So therefore the group says how much they hated the session. Like, no, in this first session, no matter what you chose, player 3 is going to be on board, is going to be like, yeah, you're going to need an adjustment period, but everyone had fun. They killed someone random. So how was it? First session for a group of players? So would this be, what's my naming convention? So menu, week 0, move the body. So week 0, after session, how you feeling? And yeah, my names are kind of complicated, but at the same time, it's also like, they need to be unique strings. They need to be unique values. So the more complicated they are, the more I can just copy paste them. Can we have a new game plus where there's an added response where where everything is Ligma quotes and D's nuts puns? If you pay me money, sure. If we get to the point where like this becomes released and then people want to pay me money for it, I would absolutely do that. I wouldn't even make a new game plus. I would just make it a cheat code. I would say like if you name your character D's nuts, it would be like the butts code from do you know in Shovel Knight where if you add a specific code, it replaces a bunch of random keywords with butt? So like you become Butt Knight saving butt. Yeah, bring back cheat codes. That's the thing. I want to bring back cheat codes, except I'm not skilled enough in like, I don't want to say proper game dev, but like a visual novel, there isn't really much latitude for cheat codes. But in something like a 2D platformer, there's tons of cheat codes. In something like a top-down shooter, there's tons of cheat codes. Games stopped implementing cheat codes mostly because the culture has shifted. Because now it's more corporatized. Now it's more trying to make a profit. Now, generally, devs aren't doing these for passion projects. They're doing this as like under the grinding wheel of a corporation that they can get fired after. And with so much crunch time, you're generally not able to include cheat codes because you don't have time to do cheat codes if the game isn't finished. With indie games, however, you generally see a lot more cheat codes. You see a lot more alternate options. You see a lot more silliness because it's 1 to 10 people working on a passion project that maybe it's their livelihood, but they aren't wrapped up in the bureaucracy and corporatization that a AAA company is. You're off to sleep. Good night, woke. Now you buy cheat codes with money and it's called DLC. That is very true. That is very true. So how you feeling? I think the options are... so how was it? First session for a group of strangers? Session report, I'll call it. It went well. Pass. I hardly remember. Let's be cheeky. Let's include an option that's really meta. It went well. And so it went well is like feeling positive about it. It was a struggle. Pass. I had no idea what they wanted. Because I'm trying to think, what is a realistic thing that someone who just ran a TTRPG game for a group of strangers to say, while also nodding my head and like tipping my hat to the fact that the player only got to see 5 minutes of the session. So like in that 5 minutes, it went well. I had no idea what they wanted. I hardly remember. A lot happened that I hardly remember. Arrow kissers remember to Mog and a Pog. Also pucker up and give that arrow a smooch on the forehead because arrow's awesome. Well, thank you for saying I'm awesome, but no forehead smooches. No. How dare you? Denied. So I think if you say it went well, do we want... Question. This is a preference for the gamers in chat, for the visual novel TTRPG gamers in chat. If you choose a dialogue option, do you want it to repeat that dialogue option, or do you want the fact that you chose it to be what it said? So like, do we want it to be, it went well? It went well. Or do we want it to like skip that and just go straight to player 3 being like, I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. I know there was some... I know you're probably nervous. Jumping in to a group of new players. I know you're probably nervous running a game for folks you've never met before. I'm glad you think so. I had no idea what they wanted. So if I do like this, honestly, neither do I half the time. I hardly remember. All happened that I hardly remember. Really? You seemed on the ball the whole session. Like you had a plan for everything. Like, there's no problem in glazing the player a little bit. There's no problem in like hyping the player up and be like, yeah, the player character is a good GM. Even if you as a player are choosing options you think are going to be bad, the player character is not incompetent. This is a situation where I want it to be the player character has a certain personality that is broad enough, you can assign yourself to it, that is broad enough that you can be like, yeah, I'm nervous about running for a group of players, but at the same time, it's kind of like the Persona 4 protagonist, where it's the Persona 4 protagonist has a lot of really funny dialogue options that gives the protagonist personality, even if he never speaks out loud, right? Player 3. Though I must say, I'm a bit nervous the group will prefer your style to mine. This is my first time playing with them, not running for them. Because like this is where we kind of need exposition. This is where we need to, in the tutorial, in this after game conversation, this is player 3 used to be the GM. You only know player 3. You are now running for player 3 and player 3's group so that player 3 can play. So this is a situation where player 3 can be like, but hopefully having at least one familiar face made it easier for you. And then I think this is where we go like player 3. I mean, I want to avoid narration just omnisciently saying player 3 was the GM, blah, blah, blah. But I think that a reference, which is, or just like you, or knowing I could look to you for support was definitely a relief. This is my first time. Thanks again for that. So what are we trying to accomplish with this? We're trying to have you learn the exposition, connect with player 3, and also not have it be boring. Those are our 3 goals of this. I've never played Persona 4, but Persona 3 and Persona 5 have the same thing. Persona 3, the issue with I didn't play Persona 5, I want to play Persona 5. My issue with Persona 3 is that Persona 3's protagonist had the same style of dialogue options holding personality, but all of the personality was like, whatever. Yeah, all right. All right. Okay. I don't care. Like, it was all edgy. It was all emo. It was all like depressed, which is not a strong enough character to be low energy. If you want to be a kind of like edgy character, you kind of gotta be high energy. You kind of gotta be full frontal. I don't care about that. Like, because then that's memorable. Persona 3's protagonist is very subdued. Persona 4's protagonist is also very subdued, but he does such silly, ridiculous things. He does such silly, ridiculous things like when there's a like speed dating table where, oh no, it has 4 guys and 2 girls, you have the option of quickly rushing to one of the boys' seats or boldly striding to one of the girls' seats. When you have someone who asks you what a glomp is, you have the option of giving him all you got or denying him all you got. Like, those are really funny phrasings of what otherwise would be a fairly straightforward and boring choice, right? Because it's not like in the speed dating one, quickly running to the boys' seat or boldly sitting in the girls' seat because you have to like pretend to be a girl in this speed dating thing because you don't have enough girls. That's really funny. And that's something you only do if you're confident in like your masculinity. That's only something you do if you're comfortable with who you are and like your relationship with the people around you. So like one of the things in Persona 4 is that there's like a cross-dressing section of like a school festival, where you get basically forced into cross-dressing because your friends are pranking you. And then one of your options when you're up on stage and they ask you like, hey, did you decide to get into this? Like, how did you do this? Like, how did you get into this cross-dressing pageant? You have the option of saying like, my friends made me do it. Or you can say like, a girl I like made me want to do it. Or you can say like, it was my idea, damn straight. And like, Persona 4 protagonist gives off such like himbo dude bro energy. There's a reason everyone calls him a Chad, is because he's just so funny and confident and competent, right? Persona 5, I've heard, Joker is very like background manipulating, like schemer. That's what he is. I have not played Persona 5. I'm very excited to play Persona 5. I just don't know when or if I would. Like, I have a list. Persona 5 is not high on that list because I don't want to play 100 hours on stream, and I can't afford to play 100 hours off stream. I don't have the time. And honestly, I think Persona 5 would be a good stream game because I'm a yapper, now that I think about it. I am someone who yaps. I am someone who does not shut up. I am someone who... I don't like grinding, but a JRPG necessitates grinding. Therefore, I think it might be good fun to have streams where I'm like, hey, I'm going into like this dude's palace, because like that's what it is in Persona 5. It's like you have palaces where it's like you're trying to psychologically like change the heart of criminals or something. And I'm going into this palace and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna be grinding for like 4 hours. Let's talk Lancer. Let's talk Kane. Let's talk about the overlap of Persona and Kane. Basically the palaces from Kane, but less scary. Yeah. The palaces from Kane, but instead of the host being a victim who has a sin manifesting around them, it is the host is converted into the representation of the sin. Basically, it's all Persona 2 palaces are type 3.2 sins, where it is a bound sin to the user, where they are also fused together. They are part of the same body. Which in Persona 4, it was almost the opposite, where in Persona 4, it was almost all of the shadows are type 1 sins, where the host is a victim, and you are effectively playing as Kane, running around, fighting sins, and then recruiting the victims into Kane. Obviously, but far less grimdark. And then there is two particular instances. There are two particular instances where you fight a shadow that is in league with its host, and that would be more of like a tier 3.1, which is a little bit of like a tier. Actually, I would say that one is a tier 3.2, one is a tier 3.1, almost. Anyway, I'm yapping. I need to run off for just a couple minutes. We have an ad in like 5 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go grab some food. I'm going to be gone for like 6, 7, maybe 8 minutes. Basically, I'll come back when the ad is up. So I will hop out for just a few minutes. Also, Persona 5 palaces are formed when someone has distorted desires. The first guy who treats everyone like they're his subjects, so it's a castle, and every time the host is completely unaware of their palace and everything that happens inside. Yeah. Okay, I will step away for like 10-ish minutes. My apologies.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
The boss left me in charge, bring me all the soup we got.
food has been acquired. Code is about to be written. I had some rice. Probably shouldn't have had rice. Because my dinner plans in like 2 hours is leftover risotto. Because my roommate... Are you serious? I went downstairs. I made my food. I ate my food. I rushed back up here, planning around the fact that at like 5:01, 4 minutes ago, there would have been an ad. It is now excuse me. Sorry about that. It is now informing me that there is going to be an ad in 2.5 minutes. What the hecky heck? Why is it like this? Goodness gracious, these are so silly. Anywho, risotto pog. Yeah, so my roommate made butternut squash risotto, which actually is pretty pog. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. And the main thing with it, so my roommate, obviously, I've mentioned this before, more culinarily inclined than I am. Is more culinarily inclined than I am. Generally speaking, I would just go for like, I don't know, grated Parmesan that I could shake. They oftentimes will get fresh Parmesan from the store that we manually grate in the cheese grater because the fresh Parmesan is better. And that's just like minor little stuff that I'm just like, I don't know if it's the effort you put into it. I don't know if it's the fact that the fresh Parmesan is literally better, but for whatever reason, whenever we make like a rice dish or risotto or anything, oh right, I started 5 minutes late. That's why. I was planning around the ad hitting at 0 after, but I forgot that I started like 5 minutes late. Whoops. Sorry, ads. I was the dumb one here, not you. Oh no, and then you took 5 minutes to start instead of me. Shut up, ads. I take it back. I made a mushroom risotto that was pretty good once. I'm not a huge fan of mushroom, but I know mushroom risotto can be pretty good. So, because risotto is just generally like a rice dish that is very cheesy, right? It's a cheesy rice dish. You'll throw in some mushroom, or you'll throw in squash, or you'll have like a lemon risotto where it's very citrusy and very light. And a risotto is just a very solid rice dish. I imagine the mushroom risotto was probably very creamy because for whatever reason, mushroom goes with cream in many different things, whether it's like a mushroom and Swiss burger, or it's like a creamy mushroom like linguine. For whatever reason, mushroom goes with cream. And I'm not a huge fan of mushrooms, but like a creamy sauce, like a heavy cream, I can rock, right? So we are currently in an ad. I'm going to just give it 2.5 minutes. I'm going to give it 2.5 minutes and I'm going to drink more water. Initially, I was thinking I didn't want a hydrate redeem explicitly because I thought that was silly. I thought that having a hydrate redeem is not really purposeful. It wouldn't really help me. I see it get spammed all the time in other chats. However, what I do find interesting is, despite the fact there are so many different jokes you can make about it, despite the fact that I can say like, Curse of Poseidon and drink water. I can have a Water My Chatters redeem where you guys hydrate yourselves. Recently, I think it's Coid has been really saying like hail hydrate, where I think it'd be really funny to get a chorus of people all yell hail hydrate, and like every time that plays you have to take a drink. I still haven't added it. because I still don't think it would be very useful. I still don't think it would be Cash Money Pog. What I could do, want to be really funny? What if I just knock on Neko Boy Blue? What if I just hit him up and I'm just like, hey Neko, I just want to say hi. How's having time going? I hope all is well. Oh, and LD's on. So many people I know are on right now. It's lovely. I'm so used to like turning on Twitch like Thursday night and everyone I know is live because for whatever reason, everyone is live on a Thursday. Goodness gracious, I gotta rest my throat. Don't take that out of context. We have about 30 seconds left, and then we are going to code. And I think if we go really into, if we just finish the after session chat, which is really just going to be opening exposition, probably a light dialogue section where you can talk with player 3 a little bit and get to know her a little bit because you do know her the best. Welcome back, everyone. I was just saying that I think what I want to get done today is to have this after session interaction with player 3. The goals we need to accomplish is exposition. We need the player to understand you are a new DM for this group. Player 3 is the old DM. Your job and goal is for the next, I was thinking initially 8 sessions. Given how little I've been able to contribute to this over time, I think I might start with like 4 sessions. In addition to the week 0, I might start with 4 weeks. It might be a 4-week long campaign. And then if we kind of hit our stride, if we want to keep going, if we want to make more, then I might increase it to 6 or 8 weeks. But for now, I think 4 weeks where every week you talk to a player after the session, and then after those 4 weeks are up, wait, wanna be so cute? What if this is a platonic dating sim? Because we already had like the what if it's a dating sim angle, and then we kind of walked away from that because that is using the power you have as a DM to pursue someone romantically, which gives the ick. What if this is like a month before a con and you have to figure out who you're going to be your con buddies with? And the whole goal is you're trying to befriend the group and see who is willing to go to the con with you. And buddy system is very important in the con. Who is going to stick with you the entire con experience? So then the whole goal is if you want it to be romantic, you can kind of pursue it romantically. If you don't want it to be romantic, it's literally just platonic and your friends. If it is if it's something where you don't care about them as a object of desire, but you care about them just I like your character, I think that we have similar interests and we both love mecha, then we should be con buddies. And I think that's the end goal. And I think the main determining factor, because if you recall, every character has a mood and affection. Their mood changes every single session. Their mood is how they're feeling that day. Their affection is how they feel about you. So all of them start at we're going to have player 3 start at 4 affection. Everyone starts at 5 mood. And all of the other players start at 2 affection because they don't know you. They don't like you. Not that they dislike you, but they don't know you. So I think what it should, they can all start at, if 3 is average, they should all start at 3 then. So they're all going to start at 3, But player 3 is going to start at 5. Where 7 is like really likes you. Like, you could theoretically romance them. I think all of them start at 3. Because then also, if it's only a 4 week, if it's 4 weeks, then that lets you do, I want to talk to player 1, then I talk to player 4, and then I realize I like player 1 a lot, so I go back to player 1. Suddenly, player 1 is at 5 affection, which means he likes you. And then I go for like player 2, and then I do player 1 again. Wait. Yeah, so that'd be 4. So that would increase player 1. So that would increase player 1 to 5, and 2 other players up 4. Well, actually, no, I'm thinking about this wrong. Because if you run the game in such a way that they like, they will naturally increase in affection. If you then also have conversations with them afterwards, where you talk to them, you can increase your affection further and get to know them better. So I think this is a situation where 4 sessions is fine. 4 sessions is chill. Because if everyone's at 3, and if, for instance, you are someone who likes a really silly game, player 1 is really going to like you. Even if you spend only 1 after session chat with him. So that means if you have a silly game, a silly game, a silly game, and a silly game, his affection is going to go up from 3 to 7. And if you spend 1 after session with him because you want to talk to the other characters, you're going to go up to 8. That's really high affection. And then let's say one day you bungle it so you don't actually get the +1 affection, you're still at 7. So assuming you're still kind of like not playing the field, but you are looking around at the different characters, trying to get a lay of the land, you will be pretty easily able to increase their affection. Okay, so that's how we're doing this. What we're doing close this. So what we need to do is we need to talk about exposition. Oh my gosh. Exposition of GM for new group. Player 3 was old GM. You only know player 3. Mood. You gotta specify mood versus affection. Mention desires. And con in 5 weeks. Goal is to find a con buddy to go with after the mini campaign is up, dependent on their affection. Okay, so so in this after session section, so who's staying after? What? In our group, it's a so who's staying after? Here I thought, so how about we skip over you being like, what? It's like, I thought we were skipping that little chore. And then this would be player 3 turns to you at your confused expression. In our group, it's a tradition for one player to stay after the session to help the GM clean up. I'll do it this week so we can double it. I'll do it this week since I've never had to do it before. Since as the old GM, I've never had to do it before. And then I think player 5 would be like, no, you don't have to. And then, yeah. And then I think player 4 would be like, let what did I name? So you is assigned to you. However, GM name is what it is. GM name. Yeah, let GM name sign it like normal. And then it's at player 3's insistence. Everyone else winds down and grabs those things to go. The group really appreciated you stepping up to... I think this is a separate line. Because this... and to go... At player 3's insistence, everyone else winds down and grabs their things to go. The bustle of the group fades. We get rid of this line. At player 3's insistence, everyone else winds down and grabs their things to go. Bustle of the group fades as folks return to their cars. GTFO. Exactly. The group really appreciated you stepping up to run for them and are excited for next week. So, how was it for a session for a group of strangers? And then this session 0 turned into a... Actually, I don't think that I have narration here. I think it's... So how was it for a session for a group of strangers? It went well. I had no idea what they wanted. A lot happened. Add an option to dodge the question and ask her. I was considering doing that. I was considering doing that. But I didn't know if that's what I wanted to have be a style of interaction for this character. Because again, we want this character to be consistent. We haven't assigned character traits to the GM, but I think that some basic ones are, they're a competent GM. They're generally speaking nice and polite. They're creative. They're a good listener, but also they have interests independent of the TTRPG. So I think turning it back on her, I mean, it could be 4 options. It could just be like, I feel like you're a better judge of that than I am. Then this will be... So I can get rid of past because I added dialogue. And this will be... that bad, huh? Must have been... so how was it? Must have been rough. Dodging a question like that. Well, hopefully having at least one familiar face made it easier for you. No, I could look to you. Having the group's ex-GM in my pocket certainly made things easier. This is my first time playing with them. So I think that what we did, this is where we get through new group, they were old GM, and you only know player 3. Is that all after all we've been through, I'm just an ex-GM. You haven't run for me once. And yet now you've run for me and my friends. So I'm trying to think, how can we do this in a characterful and interesting way while still communicating the information we need? Because this kind of gets across, how was it first session for a group of strangers? You don't know these people. Hopefully having at least one familiar face made it easier for you. You know her. Having the group's ex-GM in my pocket certainly made things easier. She is the group's ex-GM. And then after all we've been through, I'm just next GM. In all the years I've known you, you haven't run for me once, and yet now you run for me and my friends. I guess. So this is now getting across, like, they're tight. They know each other. They've known each other for a long time. Do you want it to be years or months? Because, like, I don't know how. I feel like player 3 is kind of like the archetypal, like, childhood best friend stand-in. But if all of these characters are, like, in their 20s, maybe pushing on early 30s, it doesn't have to be childhood best friends. It could be like we met in college kind of deal. So I think years is fine. And yet now you've run for me and my friends. And now you've run for me and my friends. So you haven't run for me once. GM for a new group. Player 3 was an old GM. So we kind of got this. We kind of got all this done already. Right? So we kind of communicated all this in just a couple lines. I think we may want to reference again later just so it's clear that you are now GMing for her friends. In all the years I've known you, you haven't run for me once. To be fair, I was busy running for these. I want to call them schmucks. I don't know if that's a characterful enough thing to call them. Like, what do you call your friends? Losers? Bozos? Bastards? Like, what's a funny but ultimately harmless insult to call your friends? Like, that would fit player 3. Player 3 is the mom friend. These nerds is perfect. To be fair, I was busy running for these nerds. Not like, as you can see, they're quite the handful. And then this is where it's nerds hasn't been using insults since 2007. Yeah, I mean, I called my friends nerds, like, so that's actually really good. As you can see, they're quite the handful. And I think this is where we do, and then just handful. Handful. And this is where we can be like, player 2 really stabbed that guy. And this can just kind of act as our summary of what happened. Player 1 immediately tried summoning a highborn. And I think we could reference that player 4. No, player 5? Player 4? Yeah, I think player 4. We could reference a player 4 like tried hiding something in an alley, but only if they actually do that. There's this one ex-GM who was super argumentative. So like this is where it's like this is doubling both as just kind of if it was too much, if you couldn't parse it. Player 2 stabbed a guy, player 1 tried summoning a highborn, and then also player 3 was kind of argumentative. So like that's just kind of summarizing that, but also it's giving you a realistic thing to comment on. When I'm a player, I get to argue. That's not a luxury I've had for the past few years. And then this will be like, what are you talking about? You argue with me all the time. hence me never running for you. And then player 2 really tried to stab a guy. You did? He did, or that guy did ask for it. Oh, so you're on his side now? I'm on anyone's side who isn't you. Because I think this is where we show that, like, there is banter. There is playfulness. There is, like, these people have known each other for years. They're gonna dunk on each other. Player 1 immediately... What surprised me most is he asked first. Really? He strikes me as a do first, ask never kind of guy. We've got a couple of those. And then now we kind of pull back out of the dialogue option because now we're continuing in the conversation. So it's, I'm on anyone's side who isn't you. I've got a couple of those. That's me never running for you. And then this is where you step into conversation. Maybe she smiles or something like after one of those, so it's a bit more clear she isn't actually arguing with you. I don't know. I feel as though if remind me to never play in a game with you. Remind me to never play in a game with you. Because then this lines up with hence me never running a game. So, maybe it's a good thing this is my first time meeting all of them. Because, like, I could add in, like, tone indicator style, like, oh, she smiles, or, like, narratively say she's joking. But I feel as though if this is the dynamic the protagonist and player 3 have, that's something that if you don't like, me constantly downplaying it and softening the blow is not going to fix. But if it is something that you can see past, if it is something that you recognize as silliness, as banter, then the constant, like, affirmations that it's a joke probably won't mean many things. So I don't know how useful it is, despite the fact I know that there are people who will see this and be like, oh wow, she's like really argumentative. I don't like that. Then I think that's just, they don't like her as a character at that point. And that's why there's 5 other characters. That's why I wanted there to be 2 men, 2 women, 2 NBs, is because I wanted this to be a situation where it is a wide range of different characters without going completely out of pocket, without being ridiculous, without being like 15 characters so that you have like a hyper demure and mindful guy and also a hyper demure and mindful gal and a hyper demure and mindful blah blah blah. Like, it's enough variation that you can probably find someone who you vibe with, of, if not member preferred sex, at least someone who you're comfortable with. Because there are people who, like, I know multiple, predominantly women, who like are scared of men. So I wouldn't want the only option that they feel connected to be someone they're uncomfortable with. What even is demure? Demure is a mindset. Mindful is a lifestyle. If you have to ask that question, obviously me explaining it would do nothing. So maybe it's a good thing this is my first time meeting all of them. How'd I do? And then I think this is where we check what your like adversary, participant, and observer is. So I think what it is that it's... I mean, I could add a function which compares all three values. Like adversary to... Like I could just do a simple majority. Whichever one is highest is the one she references. Alternatively, I could have it be more nuanced than that, which would be something like specific scenarios calling for an adversarial GM reference just that counter. I don't know, because I want this just to be something where there's slight dialogue changes based off of how you act in the game. So it's not just entirely how much do they like you, it's also what style of GMing do you participate in. Are you someone that is constantly challenging the party? Are you someone that lets the party do their stuff without bothering them? See, I'm a woman who's scared of everyone. That's also very common. I think I got so thoroughly dunked on that I didn't even know I was standing next to the basket. I thought you were a stack of pancakes that everyone wanted to eat, slathered in syrup and butter, or maybe dozing off and waking up again and reset my understanding of the extended metaphor. Maddie, do you want to be so cute someone wants to just eat you up? I feel like that's something that's very on brand for you. Is you're like, I just want to be like cute and little and like, oh, I never changed my category. Hog. But also you're trans. You're trans femme, so that does not surprise me that is an interest that you have. That is the, oh, I just want to be little. I just want to fit in someone's pocket for them to pick me up. That is the trans femme equivalent of, I like long walks on the beach and dogs. Like, okay, tell me more of a nothing burger. So we start on week 0. Adversary participant. I think I just do a simple majority where if if adversary counter is greater than or equal to participant counter and I'm doing Java syntax, aren't I? Is this even gonna work? Yeah, this does not work. This is Java syntax. How do I do this in Python? Is it just and? Yeah, I forgot how simple Python is. Python is so base. GD script, you just type and? Thank you. So this would actually give a hierarchy because if you have an equal amount of adversary and so I don't need to constantly test this because I'm doing so little code functionality. I'm mostly just doing text. That being said, this is something I do have to make sure I don't screw up because if I do like an elif and participant is greater than or equal to and observer else. So then this is just if you're more adversarial, if you're more of a participant, and if you're more of an observer, which I think is a good hierarchy to have, because if you're someone that constantly, I would say this is like very aggressive. This is you're constantly screwing with the party. This is you are someone who interacts with the party. You are like talking with the party as equals. And then this one is you don't really interact with the party. So if you have an equal amount of points of participant and observer, I feel like someone would be more inclined to bring up the fact you're a participant. Meanwhile, if you have equal points in that you are if you're an adversary and if you're a participant, I feel like someone would be more inclined to bring up the fact that you are an adversary. Because if you're constantly challenging the party, that's the most active thing you can do. Meanwhile, if you're constantly chatting with the party, that is less active than challenging them, but more active than being an observer and letting them do their own thing. So I think this is not a bad hierarchy to have. So this is if I have like 3 points in adversary, 1 point in participant, 1 point in observer, 3 is greater than or equal to 1 and 1, so it returns true. So I do this one, I skip these. If it's 1, 3, 1, 1 is not greater than or equal to 3, so this is false, so we skip it. 3 is greater than or equal to 1 and 1, so true, so we do it. Based on this session, I'd say you're prone to challenging. Based on how'd I do? I think they like you. So let's get this first, actually. So let's do pass. How'd I do? I think they like you. They're cool, so they're cool and you're cool. So that was a given. But still, I think this is where she goes, you challenged the party and threw wrenches in our plans. You challenged the party and threw wrenches in our plans. That really drove up tension. And threw wrenches in our plans. I know. I mean, none of the characters have strong thoughts on these counters. These counters are just for dialogue. These counters are just for how are you interacting with the party, right? So I don't want to say like, oh, player 5 liked that, because then that would imply that if you're adversarial, player 5 will like it. You challenge the party and threw wrenches in our plans. I know. That generally leads to more serious. That generally leads to combat and serious. So that generally leads to more tense. And through wrenches in our plans, it was way more tense than I expected it to be. And then participant is. It honestly felt like you were another player who just happened to be behind the screen. It was so cool. It honestly felt like you were just another player who just happened to be behind the screen. And then this is if you're an observer, it's just like, I really appreciate that you let the players, that you sat back and let the players make decisions without trying to force a specific outcome. So basically, I think you did great. The full life consequences, even. Exactly. Consequences for your actions. So, in short, I think you did great. So now, what I could do now is because this is the tutorial and it's super tight knit, it's super short wiggle room, I could just reference the fact that like, hey, the game got kind of serious. Some players like that more than others. Do I give an indicate? Do I tell the player 1 likes silly games and doesn't like serious games? Do I tell the player that player 2 really likes combat? Or is it up to the player to figure that out? That's a question I have to answer right now. That's a question that we have to decide and provide information on ASAP. Because if we decide that, we have to go with it. If we don't decide on that, then we probably want to make sure we're giving hints consistently. Because it's one thing to say, hey, I'm playing this game, so because I want to go to the con with player 2, I'm going to have a very combat-oriented game where it's very serious. So, but outside of that, it's another thing where it's, I want to go to the con with player 2, so player 2 stabbed someone. So they presumably really like combat. But that sounds kind of silly to me, so what if I do like combat silly? And then suddenly, you're winning some points, you're losing others. Your back boss, welcome on in, Stunov. Yeah, either explain it here or have player 3 be like, figure it out. I appreciate it, but I don't know. But I really couldn't. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. Player 3, that'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. And then I think this is where we say in bold, every player has different desires. Every player has different things they want from a game. For instance, I think player 3 just tells you what she likes. I think player 3 is very upfront about the fact that she is down for player 3. She wants a serious game. She prefers socialization. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. I may or may not get a job in the following month. Oh, awesome. I mean, I don't want to say awesome until I know what job it is, because not all jobs are created equally, but very hopefully that will be a very good job opportunity for you. Very excited. So I think this is where I don't want too bold. Do I want two bold things in the same message? Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. While running encounters that a player doesn't like won't ruin their opinion of you, it might lessen their mood for the day. That adds up over time. And here I was wishing I could get infinite money without any work. Yeah, maybe have a couple characters be harder to figure out while some just tell you. It's also almost like choosing characters, like choosing a difficulty. That's actually very true. Lessen their mood for the day. So it's Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. While running encounters that a player doesn't like won't ruin their opinion of you, it might lessen their mood for the day. Similarly, running encounters a player likes will increase their mood. You won't be best friends. They won't do a 180 on you. They won't change their opinion of you immediately, but over time, it adds up. So that'll come to you time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. While running encounters that a player doesn't like won't ruin their opinion of you, it might lessen their mood for the day. Similarly, running encounters a player likes will increase their mood. This won't change their opinion of you immediately, but over time it adds up. So if you want, and then I think this is where we add some more dialogue just so that we're not rushing through conversation, but then we have to say exactly. So if you want to get a con buddy after the mini campaign is over, you best hope someone likes you enough to go with you. And then this is where we talk about the con. So I don't want to go immediately from mood into con because I want to let the player think about the mood of it. Yeah, so con buddy is basically the prom date. What we've decided is that this game, initially I was thinking 8 weeks, but because I've been so busy, because I've been focused on other stuff, because I haven't been coding consistently, I'm thinking 4 weeks, where this is a mini campaign, 1 week at a time over the course of a month, and then the entire group is going to a convention. And the goal is that you want someone to like you enough to go with you as your con buddy. Because whenever you go to a con, you should always have a friend, so in case anything happens, you can always rely on them. It's less expensive if you room with them. So it's the idea of, it's basically a platonic dating sim with the option of romance should you be interested. I think that would be really fun. Where it's, you're playing a D&D game, you're playing a TTRPG, you're running this for your friends, or you're running this for a group of people, getting to know them, but with the end goal of you want to eventually go to a con with them. So similarly, running encounters player likes will increase their mood, but adds up over time. And then it's like, similarly running encounters players with like, So I don't want the player to be like, what? My actions have consequences on how people feel about me. But at the same time, I don't want to just like skim past it. I want it to be clear to whoever's playing this that like, hey, the core mechanic of this game is like dating sim. Like based on your actions, they will increase or decrease affection of you. So you're saying how much? So you're saying that to be friends with these people, I have to change how I run the game? Kind of. Everyone in the group has different interests. Generally, I think this is where I give the hint that at least one person loves every style of play. So this is where it's just like, so if you, so I think this is where I go, at least, so kind of everyone in the group has different interests. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play. And then this is where I go to, if you want to get a con buddy after the mini campaign is over, you better hope someone likes how you likes and if someone likes how you run the game, they're more inclined to get to know you, particularly in these after session cleanups. Wait, did you use this game as an excuse to get me to be more, to get me to befriend your gaming group? So this is something where it's like player 3 is basically like manipulating you into being more social to get me to be more social. No, I'm using this game as an excuse to get my friend to integrate into my gaming group. That doesn't sound much better. I think this is where it's just like, so I think this is where, so we got, this is where we're talking about the con, right? Because it's blah, 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 blah. In short, I think you did it really great. I appreciate it, but I blah, 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 blah. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. While running encounters that a player doesn't like won't ruin their opinion of you, it might lessen their mood for the day. Similarly, running encounters a player likes will increase their mood. They won't change their opinion of you but immediately, but over time it adds up. Their mood won't change their opinion of you immediately, but over time it adds up. So you're saying that to be friends with these people, I have to change how I run the game? Kind of. Everyone in the group has different interests. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play. And I think at least one person hates that same style. How did this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your game, I think this is a very important note to bring up. Just because your game affected someone's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. So I think that this is, I removed this line because it's, while running encounters that a player doesn't like won't ruin their opinion of you, it might lessen their mood for the day. Similarly, running encounters a player likes will increase their mood. I think I actually, while running encounters, blah, 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 blah. So what if every player has different things they want from the game? For instance, I really enjoy blah, blah, blah. The more you lean into a specific player's interests, the more inclined they are to get to know you outside of the game. No, I think I need to mention mood here. The more I really enjoy exploration and in a serious game. If you run encounters oriented, if you run encounters, every player, if you meet or don't meet a player's interests, that will alter their mood. And how they feel about the session as a whole. So every player, blah, 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 that'll come to your time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy exploration and puzzles in a serious game. If you meet or don't meet a player's interests, you don't like exploration and puzzles. You like role-playing and social encounters. That's what it is. That would have been very wrong. Because player 3 is 231, and 231 is fine with combat, 3 really likes socialization, 1 is exploration. If you meet or don't meet a player's interests, that'll alter their mood and how they feel about the session as a whole. That'll alter their mood. That'll alter their mood. Okay, but imagine if a character did just lie to you about what they like. That'd be really funny. So you're saying that to be friends with these people, I think I just do this. So if you meet or don't meet a player's interests, that will alter their mood. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How did this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because the game affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. And if someone likes how you run... Sure. It adds up over time. Sure, it adds up over time. But it adds up over time. But you won't make friends or enemies. Or I'm trying to communicate the fact that we're all adults. Just because your game affected someone's mood doesn't mean it directly affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you isn't really affected by someone's opinion of you is slow to change. If I was a character, I would 100% just lie for fun. Y'all are little goofs. So you can run how you blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. Their mood might fluctuate. You might ruin their mood. But they won't hate you. hate you for it. What? Oh, that's why. So, we're all adults. Just because your game affected somebody's mood, just because your session affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. Also, I think it just added all of Asia to Crusader Kings. Wait, actually? Didn't they already have most of Asia? Because they had the steppes. They had... Because I know that they went... I think they went all the way to Mongolia. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't... Yes, they just added a new major... I know they added a new major update because that's what they do every time they do DLC, which I really appreciate. Korea can turn the tables and conquer Japan now? Oh no. See how they like it. It'll alter the mood. Generally, at least one person will love every style of play and one person will hate every style of play. So... I think... For instance, I think this is where I take you. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How does this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. What do I have copy-pasted? If you meet or don't meet a player's interest, that will alter their mood. The more you alter the mood, their mood will change their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. If you meet or don't meet a player's interest, that will alter their mood. The more you alter their mood... Okay, but would the Koreans establish a daimyo? Oh no. We're all adults. Just because your session affects somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. So my actions, how I run sessions will impact their mood. So how I run sessions will impact their mood. And the more I change their... But their opinion of me... I feel like... Actually, they have a very easy to learn alphabet. I'm worried I'm getting a little bit too game mechanics-y here. Because I like the phrasing of like, yeah, we're all adults. Just because you affect somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. So I think I remove this line, actually. It adds up over time. Someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You may ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. But if you're consistently running games they don't like, they probably won't like you. Their mood will probably drag down their opinion of you. I think it was the 13th or 14th century had a massive problem with people not knowing how to read. They made a new alphabet specifically designed to be easier to read. I've heard about that. We probably have to settle for tutorial dialogue being a little silly and weird for the sake of explaining things to the player. I know. But like, what if I just was built different? What if it was just a skill issue and I was better? How does this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affects somebody's mood, it doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you doesn't change. you might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. And further, their mood will probably, they'll probably move past it next week. By the next session. And further, they'll probably move past it by the next session. But if you constantly run games they don't like, they probably won't like you. They probably won't have a high opinion of you. Agile, no. How you interact with how you run the game will definitely affect their mood. But so will things like these after session cleanups. I think this is where I go, and further, I'll probably move past my next session. But if you can constantly run games they don't like, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. So it's a balancing act. In short, I think you did great. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How does the group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they probably won't hate you for it. And further, they'll probably move past it by next session. But if you constantly ruin their mood, do this. But if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. I think I remove and further. But they won't hate you for it. They'll probably move past it by next session. But if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. I return from the grave. Welcome back. I'm just finagling with this sentence. I'm just finagling with this small exchange because I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. I think. Yes, let's do that. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How does the group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session has affected someone's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for the day, but they won't hate you for it. They'll probably move past it by the next session. But if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. And if I run games they love, they're more inclined to like me. If I run games they love, if I run sessions they enjoy, they're more inclined to like me. How you run the game will definitely impact their mood, but so will things like these after session cleanups. can't build a friend group without putting in some effort. Have some lead soda, it'll help. You're so right. I need the Minecraft drinking noise. I have that in my SFX. I have a whole cadre of like, my guess is upwards of 60 SFX that I just have on my computer that I utilize in editing, but I don't have all of them on my soundboard. The best I can do is how was that? Okay, so what I'm doing. No, I'm using this game as an excuse to get my friend to integrate into my gaming group. Also, and to stop being a forever GM, I bet. Lead poisoning is known to stop you from having unnecessary thoughts as well as any thoughts. That is true. You know, death is the leading cause of people dying. Did you know that? But dying is not the leading cause of death. And to stop you from being a forever GM. Well, yeah, that too. Together, we can stop it. Every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Africa. So this is where we have to establish that, yeah, that too. Well, or no, so, and to stop being a forever GM. Well, it's only a mini campaign. Well, it's only a mini campaign. It's a 4-session break. It's a 4-session break. Five, if you count this one, this one. Well, yeah, but it's already over. But it's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. I've got 1 month. Well, so what do we want to say here? Because this is player 3 communicating. You have 4 sessions, 1 month, 1 session a week before the con. So it's, well, yeah, but it's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. This will be 4 sessions, 4 more sessions, 4 more sessions until the con. I think the player character probably doesn't know about this. I need to stop repeating stuff like well when I start sentences, so it's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. This will be 4 more sessions until the con. This will be 4 more sessions until the con. 1 month of freedom. Do we want... I was about to say, like, what it could be is that it's player 3. The reason she stepped down is because maybe she's like running at the con. Maybe she's running a game at the con, so she needs to like prep for that. So she wants a break before the con. You can always control F and search well to change it. Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I just noticed 2 responses in a row. Player 3 said well. So it's right. Until the con. What's a generic con name? What's a good con name that we could have? Like, what happens if you take her as a con buddy when she's running it? That's what I was going to say. Do we want that to be like a special route? Because like, do we want her thing to be like, I don't want to run, but I feel pressured into running? Like, someone asked me and I DiceCon or something. Yeah, DiceCon. DiceCon these nuts. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I was just stretching my neck because I found it funny. And then I was like, threw my neck back and I was like, actually, it's a good stretch. AeroCon? No, that feels self-indulgent. I don't want it to... I don't want it to be like an in-joke. I don't want... I think I want it to be like... I want it to be something that if someone has never watched me before, if someone doesn't care about me, if someone picks up this game because they're into D&D, they could find the joke funny. So like, I mean, I could call it SawCon. I could call it SawCon for the D's nuts jokes. I could call it, I mean, I could call it LKCon, LickCon, StockCon syndrome, ProCon, like pro and con, positive, negative. LIKCon, LickCon, Lick on these nuts. So, hello, Cynic. SoCon? SoCon these nuts? Well, thank you for the follow, Lorenzo. Oh, the boss, you here? I could rock SoCon. See, like, I want, like, a SoCon. Lick on these nuts. Oh no, I caught Ligma. I'm so sorry. I kind of like LickCon. Oh, LickCon? Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Yeah, so, because we're currently programming a visual novel where you are a GM, DM, running a TTRPG group, and the end goal is you want one of these players to go to a convention with you. Right? So it's like a platonic dating sim that has the option of not being platonic. But it's not going to force platonic, it's not going to force romance because that's silly. I like LickCon because L-I-Con could stand for something, but at the same time, it's literally just like a lick on these nuts. You got stuck in League match? Oh no. So LickCon. So 1 month of freedom. There's gonna be 4 more sessions to the con. I forgot you're hosting a. I forgot you're hosting a tournament at LickCon. I forgot you're hosting a tournament at LickCon. Excited? Hardly. I think this is where player 3 just reveals, like, they kind of got pushed into it. They're not really interested in running this tournament, but because this character is someone who, she has to learn others do their thing. She kind of saw someone needed help and, like, stepped up despite the fact that she shouldn't have. Love my short form content. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I did actually have a short that went up 20 minutes ago that I should probably grab and throw on. I should grab a short and throw it on YouTube. I already have some comments. Oh no. Let me just end that. And also let me go on announcements. Maybe she's friends with an organizer or something, and that's why she felt obligated to help. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking player 3 doesn't want to do this. Player 3 feels pressured to help someone because that's the sort of person she is. And her route, so to speak, player 3's what's it called? Player 3's like ending, so to speak, where you go with her to the con, is you convincing her to be like, hey, like, you don't want to do this. You didn't want to do this. You're doing this out of obligation, not passion. You can back out. And then what will probably happen is that it'll probably be like whatever organizer she's friends with, like, gets really pissy, but fundamentally can't do anything because she's not like an official volunteer. She's being used as free labor. She's not even like staff. She's not volunteer. She's not being compensated. It's literally that staff member that like that organizer she's friends with knows that she will help, so is exploiting that. Hey, you really don't want to do this. They'll manage. Let's just have fun. Exactly. And she'll be like, well, no, they'll be upset at me. And then you can be like, well, yeah, but I'm upset at them. So you want to help make me feel better by treating yourself right? And then she'll be like, oh, shut up. And then boom, it's cute. It's fun. It's healthy, because sometimes you need to help your friends help themselves. But for now, we want to make sure that we wrap up this first ending, this first session, this first section. Player 3 is really just like me for real. And guess what? I'm saying that they're masculine and femme presenting. Maybe she's trans. If she's trans, boom, self-insert. Wouldn't it be so funny if I use fan art of me to represent every single character in this visual novel? Because I probably have fan art of me that fits the different personality archetypes of all of these characters. Like, player 1 is probably the Giga Chad. Player 2 is probably like the scroinkly little art of me that Thomas made. Player 3, which is this one, I would probably say is, I think maybe the Chibi. Player 4 would be the one of me with the rocket that Araya made. Yeah, just for the beta version. That'd be so funny. Imagine this is all just multiple personalities instead of one person talking to each other. Imagine that's the grand reveal. That'd be so sad. Although it would be very Disco Elysium, and we do love Disco Elysium in this house. I did beat Disco Elysium like a month ago, and to just like be like, haha, psych, this is all just Disco Elysium. You wanted a woman in the mountains looking for her cat? Too bad. Depression. Wait, imagine I make this entire game and then I just pull the rug out from you right at the very end. I do the entire game. I make these characters that you really appreciate and this system you really enjoy and this setting that's like very cute and wholesome, and then I pull the rug out from under you and I'm just like, actually, you were just off your meds. You're in a room, a rubber room with rats. The rats make you crazy. Crazy? You were crazy once. And like, that's the whole game, literally just as a middle finger. That'd be so mean. I could totally do that. Okay, so in short, I think you did great. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you with time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How did this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for the day, but they won't hate you for it. They'll probably move past it by the next session. But if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. And if I run sessions they enjoy, they're more inclined to like me. How you run the game will definitely impact their mood, but so will things like these after-session cleanups. You can't build a friend group without putting in some effort. Wait, did you use this game as an excuse to get me to be more social? No, I'm using this game as an excuse to get my my antisocial friend to integrate into my gaming group and to stop being a forever GM. Well, it's only a mini campaign. But I won't say no to a 4-session break. 5 if you count this one. It's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. This will be 4 more sessions until the con. 1 month of freedom. I forgot you're hosting a tournament at Licon. Excited? Hardly. And then that's where we're at. Suddenly you realize you're playing Omori. I have yet to play Omori. I know nothing about Omori. Is Omori a game that like would be good to stream? I think I've heard good things about it. I think I've heard wonderful things about it. I don't know. I have not seen like anything about Omori. After hours of gameplay, you wake up in the hospital room and your friends are all gone. That'd be so sad. It'd be a great to stream. I know nothing about Omori aside from the fact that it's like depressing. I don't think you need to highlight the first 4-session break. Just the 4 set. Yeah. That's fair. Because as much as I'm doing a bunch of bolds here, I don't want to cover my notes in highlighters, you know? There's a certain inclination some people have where they want to highlight whatever is important, so they'll highlight everything. And then that ruins the purpose of highlighting. Hardly. Do we do a name drop? Do we do XXX? Force me into it? Or do we just say like, hardly, I'm just helping out a friend. I'm just helping out a friend. And then I think this is where we go. But speaking of, if you want to get a con buddy after the mini campaign is over, you'd best hope someone likes you enough to go with you. Or I could just go by myself. Cons are social experiences. I think the player character is a little bit of a loner. I think the player character is someone who appreciates their alone time. They're a bit of an introvert. They're someone who does their own thing. They're a lone wolf, so to speak. So the premise of the game is player 3, who is one of their only friends, encouraging them to enter the group. This is for a multitude of reasons. Player 3 wants to be a player. Player 3 wants a break from DMing before having to do the con. Player 3 wants their friend to be more social and wants them to integrate with the gaming group. Cons are social experiences. I know you're a lone wolf or whatever. But give it some thought. I'm sure you could convince anyone in the group to go with you. And I think this is where we say, I think this is where it is narration, and then it's you. I could convince any one of these players be my con buddy. That might be fun. be fun. So it's the idea of like, after player 3 leaves, you to yourself are like, I could convince any one of these players to be my con buddy. Could be fun. And then like, that's the kind of understated but still explicitly stated goal of the game. The goal of the game is to go to the con with one of these other player characters. Now, it's over the course of 4 weeks, so I don't think we're going to have anything like, oh, I love you, it's romance. Mwah, mwah, mwah. However, we could have like, if you get someone that's close to you at the con, you could have like a cute confession thing. You've known each other for 4 weeks at this point. Or 5 weeks at this point because you've been playing games. You probably haven't interacted with too much, but that's long enough of interaction that you can like go from platonic to flirty, right? You can go from platonic to interested. I don't think any of this is going to end with like, oh, we're dating now, but I think it can end with like going on a date, for instance. So I think each character should have a thing they're dealing with. P3 has a con game they don't want to do, so we'll have to think of... No, you're exactly on the right track, Maddie. Don't have it be like Fire Emblem where people propose right after confessing to one another. Exactly. I want this to be every single character has some issue they're working through. And the idea being is that in talking to them after their session, like choosing them after the session lets you not only get insights into their issue, but if they like you enough at that point, you can then help them through it. And then probably what it's going to be is that it's going to be, you don't actually solve their issue until the con. Maybe one of them is into cosplay and they're having some sort of like cosplay issue. Maybe one of them is super shy, but knows a content creator at the con. So at the con, your thing that you do with them is that you get in line with them and you give them support as they're going to like meet their Oshi or whatever. I think that like all of them have some external larger scale issue they're dealing with. All of them have their player 1 feels out of his element and feels like he can't connect to the rest of the group. He feels shy because he's not as much of a nerd as everyone else. He's more of like a jock who just enjoys TTRPGs. That's a character ghost, so to speak. I think all of them have one specific character, like con related issue that you can help them solve if you go with them. So for instance, Licon. I think it'd be interesting if the very masculine man was into cosplay. I think that would be subversive. Because that's the thing. I want these characters not to be like, look at how special I am, look at how different I am, like, ooh, woo, so quirky. But I do want all these characters to feel unique. And there are dudes who are into cosplay. And I think it would be interesting to explore what a more traditionally masculine man in cosplay would be like and what he would deal with. And whether or not that's like he cosplays as like Conan the Barbarian or he cosplays as like, I don't know, 2B from freaking Nier Automata, I think those are both interesting angles we can go down. Pressured into running a tournament. I think player 4 takes life seriously, never connects. I think player 6 wants to meet their Oshi. They're shy. They're not able to do that. They always get what they want, but they have to listen to the group. I think one of them should be a seller of like if not an artist, maybe like a merch person, someone who works tangentially related with like content creators, and they're trying to get more business. For them, it's a financial issue that they're dealing with. So at the con, you going to the con with them would involve you helping them with their booth and having a fun time, like shilling their merch or whatever. Not every NPC needs a Tumblr entity, but having them but Reach having their issues is a good way of characterizing them. Yeah, so each of them has like a sentence describing them. So like this character is a guard dog, like very guard dog personality type, but he's friendly with the group and he'll throw half on behalf of other people. But he can't stand up for himself in the same way he will for others. I think what he's dealing with drama from, I think he's dealing with fandom drama. I think player one is just like cosplaying. That's the thing. He needs help with cosplay. He needs to like do cosplay stuff, and like you need to assist him with that, and then you have a good time with that. Player two is whatever fandom he's a part of. There's some drama in it. I don't know if I want to get into. I mean, like, I do love talking about masculinity. I love talking about masculinity, femininity, gender expression. Like, it could be because he's like a quote unquote like femboy. Because he's a more femininely expressing man, it could be that he's in a fandom that's kind of toxic to that. Kind of like how like the Star Wars fandom is not very supportive of that. So it's you helping him with that. I think player 5 is merch. Merch seller that needs help. I think player 4 is concert, like wants to go to a concert but needs a friend. And I think with player 4 it is like, oh yeah, let's like go to the concert, let's like get lost in the music, blah 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 blah. But at the same time, it's deeper than that. This is something that go to a concert that's super important to them, but no one knows. I think with player 4, because their whole deal is they don't take life seriously, they bring levity, they're chill, they enjoy their life, but they don't connect with anyone because they're terrified of intimacy. I think their thing at the con is going to a concert with a friend, but leaving early because of a panic attack. I think their thing at the con is they're like, yo, yeah, let's just go to a con. They go to a con, they blah, 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 blah. And then they start to have a panic attack at the con, at their concert, at blah, 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 blah. And then it's up to you to take them aside, be with them. They have to trust you and let you in to like let you do that. And then they're like, I missed my concert. I missed the concert I wanted to be at. And then you can kind of like console them. You can be there for them. You can be like, listen, what matters more to me is that you're okay. Or maybe it's a concert that you wanted to go to. Maybe go to an event with a friend, but leave early because of panic attack. Go to an event that a friend wants to. So it's the idea of you are going to something. If someone harms player 4, I will murder that person. So it's the sort of thing where like you say, I want to go to a concert. I want to go to the cosplay area. I want to go blah, 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 blah. And you go and do this thing. And then they have a panic attack. And then you stop whatever it is you wanted to do because you care about them as a friend more than you care about whatever thing you wanted to do. And then they feel really bad about that. And then suddenly it's super cute because then it's, oh, you do care. You trust, like, I can trust you. I can have that level of intimacy with you, whether platonic or romantic or whatever. So I think pressured into running a tournament by a friend who's an organizer, not compensated, or staff. Fandom drama about a toxic culture that derides him for his interests and expressions. Cosplay hijack. I think if you go after player 1, you're probably not looking for someone who is super, like, I don't know. I don't want to say you're not looking for someone who's deep. I feel like with player 1, he's silly. His cosplay con event should be silly. Cosplay hijinks where you have a chaotic but good time. Merch seller that needs help. But merch seller that needs help, mostly in being reined in. Wants to meet their Oshi, but is too shy. You help them build confidence. And I think like with player 6's con event, that's where we're like, oh, player 6 is meeting a VTuber. Whoa. And then that's like the deepest we get into like a nod to the fact that I, a TTRPG VTuber, am creating this visual novel. For some reason, I was daydreaming and only now realized I heard femboy a few minutes ago and I feel called out. Stunov, would you like to be player 2? Are you a femboy who is your friend group's guard dog, where you'll throw hands with anyone on behalf of anyone except for yourself, and you can't stick up for yourself? And when you're a part of a fandom that is super toxic, you get really sad because it makes you feel like you're not valid for liking what you like. Is that who you are? Because if so, that means I'm like 2 for 2 in terms of just like accidentally making chatters. That is very specific. Am I wrong though? Am I wrong though? I feel like if people go after the silly characters, they might not be interested in a super serious thing. So having their events a little more lighthearted seems like a good idea. And that's the thing is, player 4 doing something chill and then suddenly it gets interrupted by your friend having a panic attack isn't really silly. In fact, I would argue that's very not silly. That being said, I feel as though player 1 is like a golden retriever, right? He's happy. He's a bit of a himbo. He is high energy. He's enjoyable to interact with. Player 4 is chill, low energy, kind of reserved and doesn't really engage. So it's 2 different styles of not taking things seriously. You've only fist fighted once. I have never fist fought someone. I have seen people fighting and gotten in the middle to break it up. But this was like a slap fight. This was like a 2 guys who had no idea what they were doing, flailing their arms at each other, and I just like interposed myself between them and like pushed them apart. I don't think I've ever been in a physical fight. I have never been in a physical fight. At least not one where the intent was to fight the other person. I've wrestled with friends. I'm constantly like jokingly physically violent, where I will just like bop my roommate on the head kind of deal. Not in terms of like punch, but just kind of like literally like with my hand, I'll just go like that. So like, and then they'll like respond to me and like do like fake punches to my stomach or whatever. It's a sort of deal where like, it's all very like play fighting. I do that all the time. I've never been in a proper fight. I have participated in judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, sports, but I haven't like fought someone. Yeah, you don't set out to hurt people. That's not a fight. Exactly. Like, I would even go so far as to say boxing is not a fight. It is a bout. Because in boxing, if I punch you in the face and you hit the floor and I see blood and you're not moving, I am not going to continue fighting. I'm going to say, hey, ref, like, we might need a medic, right? I am going to pull back. I'm going to say, I'm going to give you rest, because the goal of boxing is not to like take out the other person. The goal of boxing is to win a game. That is what sports are, games. Even if you're physically striking each other. MMA, for instance, I would say, is a fight because you are fighting each other, and even if you knock someone down, you're gonna keep going until they tap out, right? And then obviously like a street fight where you're actively trying to hurt the other person is separate. With you, it ended because you're very good at kicking and you hit his nuts. Listen, there is no such thing as fighting fair. There is no such thing as fighting fair. So cons are social experiences. I know you're a lone wolf or whatever, but give it some thought. I'm sure you could convince it. I think this is where I do... Any one of these players could be my con buddy. Could be fun. I think this is where it's... I do you. I think you and player 3 finish cleaning up some time ago. At this point, it's a simple matter. So I think what I do is player 3. I don't know. See, the thing with this is that it's really hard to reasonably... Also, I'm going to go pause 2.0. Because this is any of these players could be on my con buddy. Click 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Could be fun. And then something continues. I need to add more pauses. Pauses add more flow. Pauses add more momentum. Oddly enough, pauses add momentum because instead of just click, 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 where it's no rhythm, it is to its own beat. Yeah, you won. Good job. Player 3 leaves. So let's test this. Let us... Nope. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna take it from the top. We already know the tutorial is the same, but in case anyone is here, we're going to chat is our name. We would like to play the tutorial. Actually, I did this like a couple hours ago and my throat's kind of dead. I'm gonna step in immediate. I think fighting so much widescreen. I think fighting without technique is just a contest of weight. I happen to be bigger, heavier than the guy. So that's the thing. In a fight of equal skill, broadly speaking, if you are taller and you weigh more, you are at an advantage. However, that quickly becomes obsolete if there is a skill difference. And I don't mean skill difference like a meme. I mean like literally, if there is a difference in skill between the two people fighting, then it doesn't matter how much you weigh and how tall you are. If you have no experience fighting and you're fighting someone who's done like 5 years of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If you are, I don't know, if you did karate as a kid for 1 year and you're fighting a professional boxer who has like a 14-3 win streak. Like, that's just simply, it's just non-comparable. Go easy on them. Okay, so this is where we get... With a tap on your phone, you notice the time is 20 minutes past when you said you'd wrap up. Unless you had something specific you wanted to do, I think we can wrap up here for the week. I know folks wanted to end on the hour. Sorry about that. No, I think we're good to wrap up here. So who's staying after? Here, I thought we were escaping that little chore. Player 3 turns to you at your confused expression. In our group, it's a tradition for one player to stay after this session to help the GM clean up. I'll do it this week since, as the old GM, I've never had the chance to do it before. Or never had to do it before. No, you don't have to. Let's chat assigned it like normal. At player 3's insistence, everyone else winds down and grabs their things to go. The bustle of the group fades as folks return to their cars. The group really appreciated you stepping up to run for them and are excited for next week. So how was it? First session for a group of strangers. I feel like you're a better judge of that than I am. Must have been rough dodging the question. So it must have been rough. I think instead of comma, I do if you're dodging the question like that. It must have been rough if you're dodging the question like that. But hopefully having at least one familiar face made it easier for you. Having the group's ex-GM in my pocket certainly made things easier. After all we've been through, I'm just an ex-GM. In all the years I've known you, you haven't run for me once. To be fair, I was busy running for these nerds. As you can see, they're quite the handful. Player 2 really stabbed the guy. Player 1 immediately tried summoning a highborn. There was that one ex-GM who's super argumentative. When I'm a player, I get to argue. That's not a luxury I've had for the past few years. What are you talking about? You argue with me all the time. Hence me never running for you. Maybe it's a good thing this is my first time meeting all of them. How'd I do? Actually, that's not a non sequitur, that's fine. I think they like you. They're cool and you're cool, so that was a given, but still. You challenged the party and threw wrenches in our plans. It was way more tense than I expected it to be. In short, I think you did great. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How did this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affected somebody's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they won't hate you for it. They'll probably move past it in the next session. But if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. And if I run sessions they enjoy, they're more inclined to like me. How you run the game will definitely impact their mood, but so will things like these after-session cleanups. You can't build a friend group without putting in some effort. Wait. So this is another good area for a pause. So it's... you can't without putting in some effort. Pause 2.0. Wait, did you use this game as an excuse to get me to be more social? No, I'm using this game as an excuse to get my antisocial friend to integrate into my gaming group, and to stop being a forever GM. Well, it's only a mini campaign, but I won't say no to a 4-session break. 5 if you count this one. It's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. This will be 4 more sessions until the con. 1 month of freedom. I forgot you're hosting a tournament at LitCon. LitCon these nuts! Excited? Hardly. I'm just helping out a friend. Speaking of, if you want to get a con buddy, you'd best hope someone likes you enough to go with you. Or I could just go by myself. Cons are social experiences. I know you're a lone wolf or whatever, but give it some thought. I'm sure you could convince anyone in the group to go with you. Player 3 leaves. Any one of these players could be my con buddy. Could be fun. And then that's the end of that. Okay, so I think that's definitely not a final product. I think that I make that 1.5 and I make that 1. I'm sure you could convince anyone in the group to go with you. Just a matter of befriending them first. You will never be able to take LitCon seriously. Good, I don't want you to. LitCon these nuts! Okay, so now we officially have just completed week 0, which is the tutorial. Congratulations. So, tutorial's done. Now it's week 1, where if we call week 1 session after session special. I'm also gonna do week 2. I'll end of week from week to end. Okay, so tutorial done. Now we have week 1. Week 1. So I guess what we need to do. You've witnessed fights in high school, and honestly, even the time I kicked somebody in their nuts was so lame looking. Fair. Like, fights generally don't look as interesting as they feel to be in, unless the fighters are showmen. Unless the fighters are making it look interesting, it's probably not going to look super interesting. Because if you are going to fight someone, you're not doing it to look cool. You're doing it to fight someone. And fighting someone involves revealing as little information about your intention as possible, involves conserving your energy, involves capitalizing on weakness and not letting up until the fight is over. Because the whole deal of a fight is usually you will stand there in a position ready. Someone will make the first move. That move will either win or that move will fail. And then the second person will respond if it failed. And if that move doesn't win, then generally the first person is in a good enough position to win the fight. It's a very, like, most fights, whether it's a sword fight or a knife fight or a fist fight, it's probably going to be over in under a minute once they actually start swinging. Once they actually start, like, striking. Real fights almost never look cool unless, like Eric was saying, they're performers for wrestlers or MMA. Fights in media have the benefit of choreographer. Exactly. Like, you're not going to see a situation where I punch forward and someone ducks underneath it, and then they uppercut and I, like, do a backflip to get out of the way. And as I backflip, I drive my feet upwards, which clips the very, edge of their chin, and they, like, wipe their chin and they're like, huh, nearly got me. Like, that's all not realistic. But similarly, if I run up to you with a haymaker, you duck underneath it and you punch me in the gut, I'm gonna keel over, and then you're probably gonna punch me either in the head, neck, or hit me in the gut again, and then I'm on the floor and it's done. Because I just threw myself at you, and you actually knew what you were doing, so you incapacitated me, and then you floored me. And suddenly, if I got, like, a liver shot, I'm on the floor, I'm spasming, I have no idea how to respond to this, and you're either running, kicking me while I'm down, or dealing with whoever else is nearby, right? It's very stupid because real fights are not smart. My one fight was he pushed me and started doing that cringe thing where they get in your face doing those stupid arm punches. Oh my gosh, where, like, they shove you repeatedly. That's so dumb. That's so silly. I love calling stuff silly. And then I just, yeah, that's how you do it. Okay, we're about to have an ad. You just raised your... Oh, you did the knee thing. I didn't know you were lesbian. Okay, so fun fact. So I've mentioned before, I have written a novel. I have not published it because I was going to publish it and then I started content creation and now I haven't had time. Now, looking back on it, I would do major edits, so I would not publish it right now. But if I had the time, I would absolutely edit and then try and get it published. In that story, it follows a sapphic couple, and the spiciest thing that happens in that book is that one of them does the knee thing. And writing it, I'm just like, is this too graphic? I don't want this to be like erotica. I don't want this to be like NSFW, but at the same time, like, the knee thing. If it's a fantasy novel, you could have the TTRPG in the visual novel take place in the world from it. That's the thing. I could do that, but what I ended up deciding on, I just made a very straightforward, very easily accessible setting and like general ideas for mechanics for a TTRPG. What I could do, I could turn the setting of the game from this TTRPG into an actual game, like actually make the TTRPG that they're playing. But basically what I did is I just said there are 3 planes. There's the high plane, there's the low, so there's low plane, there's high plane, and then there's like the medium plane. This is where everyone lives and takes place. The high plane is basically heaven. The low plane is basically hell. Highborn are creatures from the high plane. They're basically like celestials. Lowborn are basically devils, demons, or whatever. And there are 4 classes you can choose. You can be a martial, which is like a barbarian, fighter, ranger, whatever, or a barbarian, fighter, paladin. It's some flavor of frontline fighter. You can also be a specialist, which is like a rogue, ranger, bard. Both of these are mundane. They have no magic. Or actually, no, they do have magic. Never mind. I'm sorry. And then you can also be a high caster or a low caster, which is basically angel magic or devil magic. Wait, no, sorry. They don't have magic. Never mind. The martial and the specialist do not have magic. I forgot because player 6 is a multi-class between specialist and low caster. So they can utilize low magic to assist in their being like a rogue. So the idea that I wanted is that this is very accessible. If I say, oh, you're going off to fight a lowborn that was released outside the castle. If you got that 3-minute summary of the setting, you know, okay, the party, which is mostly marshals and specialists, are going to go fight a lowborn. That means it's basically like a bunch of fighters and rogues are going to go fight a demon. That's all I need, because the mechanics of the game aren't super important. The mechanics of the game don't matter. It is the flavor of the setting and system that needs to be readily accessible in like 5 minutes. It needs to be something that you can just look at and be like, oh, okay, that's what's going on. Got it. There, I guess setting isn't really an important part of the game to focus on too much for the purposes of the visual novel. However, what I could do, like I was saying, is I could take this and I could turn this into an actual setting. I could take all of this, because like if the visual novel is like this, the actual game is going to be like this, right? Because it's important enough. It needs to be well defined. This is where every session will take place. This is where all of the different encounters you run will participate in. However, you, as the player, as the gamer, have to feel confident that you know what's going on in the setting, so you can make the determination, I am going to throw a lowborn at the party versus I'm going to throw freaking foot soldiers from House Malchus, which is a faction that was brought up in the tutorial in a specific route that you take. So that's the sort of thing where this setting, this system needs to be robust enough that you that you can actually like play in it with this whole like TTRPG, but it has to be light enough that the person playing the game can instantly pick up on it and feel like they mastered it. That'd be cool. Probably better to focus on one project at a time. Yeah, so I'm going to focus on the visual novel first. Honestly, I was super worried because I spent a couple hours yapping and then I was like, I don't know if I'm like in a visual novel mood. Once I start, I was in it. We're now done with the tutorial. That's super good. What might happen next is I don't know if I should make art for them. I don't know if I should ask my community to make art for them. We're at the point where the characters are well defined enough that I could just like make basic art for them. I would not be good at it, but what I could do is I know their characters well enough that I can just be like, here's a pink square with a bow, and then here is a circle with angry eyebrows. Like, that's the sort of thing I can do right now. You made good progress. Thank you. I appreciate it. And that was after a couple hours of yapping. You might try to work on a background or two, but it would have to be in a couple of weeks so I don't have finals to worry about. You worry about your finals. Don't you worry about this when you have finals to worry about. Finals are important. Study for your finals. I know a couple people in my community have finals coming up, so y'all got to worry about that. I think what I'm going to do, though... Okay, so we have an ad in progress. mean, it's been 6 hours. However, it is a Tuesday, so I have a video to edit. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to wrap up in the next couple minutes. I feel. I know what I'm going to do. Finals week or my final week. Stay tuned. No, Stunov, take care of yourself. Stunov, I need more art from you. If you want me to be all like, oh, streamer only cares about what their community gives them. Yes, Stunov, I need more art from you. Do well in your finals so you can focus on art. What I could do... Oh, no, but... LD... I want to raid Neko, but I could also raid LD because it's her stream anniversary. No, don't twerk on me. I feel like the more I push for my chat not to twerk on me, or twerk at me rather, the more they're just going to do it. I haven't raided Neko in a while. I gotta raid Neko. I think that's my decision. Like, I raided Tier recently. Yeah. So after the ad, I'm gonna raid out. I gotta get my sweet AdSense. I'm sorry. I'm fleecing you for all you're worth. I know I'm terrible. Don't worry about it too bad. I love how sometimes I look at that GIF and it feels slower. No, that's the thing. Sometimes the twerking Among Us feels like it goes faster or slower than other times. And I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's relativity. I don't know if it's that the GIF speeds up and slows down. I don't know what it is, but I know twerking Among Us, speed relativity. Time is an illusion. Time is relative. Okay, so it's been 6 hours. I think I'm going to raid out. I'm going to raid Neko Boy Blue, friend of the channel, Absolute Gremlin. However, it's been 6 hours. It's Tuesday. My voice is kind of giving out, so... Can we get the Einsteins on this one? Yeah, we need the Einsteins on the theory of twerking Among Us relativity. So what I want y'all to do, I want y'all to just hit Neko with the tuna. Boss says the cat's sleeping with the fishes. Okay, so we're gonna raid Neko. This is our raid message. I am going to work on a video for tomorrow. My goal is a Lancer video for tomorrow that will be about fighting a D&D style dragon in a mech suit. Nope, not the dragon in a mech suit. You're in a mech suit fighting the D&D style dragon, not in a mech suit. But look out for that. Hopefully I'll be able to get that done. Look out for shorts the rest of the week. Remember to check out the Discord if you're not on that. YouTube if you aren't subscribed there. And he just went to a BRB screen. So let's raid him out. No mech pilot dragon. Yeah. So I'm going to raid